All right, are we live? I said, are we live? Welcome to the show, everyone. Are we live in his app? Well, if we live, then let's get it. Where's our Windows Media Player? Oh, I got a problem here. Why it's not showing? There we go. So let's get it. Oh, we got cheat. So you trying to tell me the system ain't on? You trying to tell me the system ain't on? Cause these is weak. Okay. But that ain't the issue. They listening to that just right now. Okay, right. Ridiculous. They don't care. No pain, no stress. You gave me the weight, and now I'm blessed. You can text me, and the never stress me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. All right. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. The background real quick. Are you ready? Or are you saying, stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Minister, brother Derrick. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. Let it broadcast worldwide. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick Show, and I am Minister Brother Derrick. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. Can't get enough. Hey. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. Well, here's the deal. What's the name? Saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God, or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief, not for a moment of peace. The agony and pride never cease. There's someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm gonna walk in inferno. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you now, see, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this round, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep smacking. Keep stacking. Keep on shacking up. Don't get caught napping and the jig is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, what'd I tell you? Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, think of foreign country respect. I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus. One superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires while I read some, I heard it. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that useful money. Drive the fancy car. You feel like it's love. You enter the bars and clubs. Deep down, your spirit isn't for God or His ways. So why should anybody? I want a screenshot of that. Say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Let the Holy Spirit feed us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The minister, Brother Derek. Yo, let's get it. Well, let's get it. Welcome to the show. We can quit that and we can close up the Windows Media. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show, or welcome to the show. I'm Minister Brother Derek here. We haven't been on the OBS in a while because I've been making shorts. And I've been getting more views on the shorts than I do on the live streams. So since y'all wasn't coming to the live streams, but the people was watching the shorts, I started focusing more on the shorts. I was trying to get one of these companies, hoping that they would see one of those shorts or that one of their customers would show them to them. And maybe they would get in contact with me and hopefully offer to do some business. If they want to send me one of their screens or they want to paint a screen and send it to me, I'll gladly display it. Put it through its paces, review it, and suggest it if it's successful. So I've been trying to irk them by putting out videos saying, hey, somebody tell me why you need this. Why should you spend $500 on some screen paint? How retarded are you going to look out there at the park taking a 10-foot screen and hanging it between two trees and trying to spray paint it? If you happen to have a yard big enough to do that, what are your neighbors thinking if they see you out there with a paint roller painting the screen? So I came up with an alternative. It's not as good as what they are, but it's an alternative. I mean, you can go on eBay and get a royal blue sheet for $6, $7. And like I said, this screen we got here, I paid 99 cents for it. I paid $5 for the shipping, so technically I paid $6 for it, but the price was 99 cents. It was an auction for it. I was the only person that bid on it. Right now, I'm trying to decide. The contrast ratio on the Epson is 14,000:1, but the contrast ratio on the Promethean 35 is only 2,000:1. So I'm thinking about upgrading. Promethean has a 45A on eBay right now, and they asking 60, I think I can get it down to 40-35. I keep nagging at them. I'm trying to decide, is it worth it just for the contrast ratio? Because it has 15,000, which means it has a better contrast ratio just by 1,000 of the projector. But I'll let you see for yourself. This is the Epson 685 WI, right? And I'll let you see the screen. This is what I'm looking at. It probably would look better if I played something, but we don't have to, because we don't have to do no fake demonstration. Now I'm trying to show you the ceiling. It's not easy to maneuver. Hold on. But maybe we ought to play something. Give me another window. I hate when they do that. Give me a window. Let's go to YouTube. Play anything. First thing you say. Mute it, because I don't want to get flagged. Now, y'all know we got a light on over there. You can see it. But that's the screen. And that's the ceiling. I don't know how well y'all can see that. But that's the ceiling. That's the screen. And we do have a bright light on. And the door is wide open, but it's nighttime, as you can see. But we can go ahead and get rid of that. We don't need that window. All right. Like I said, I don't know what y'all were able to see, but I don't know what y'all were able to see, but we trying to decide, do we want to upgrade? It's not a rush, but we want to upgrade. And I can tell you, I love being able to lay down, okay? I love being able to lay down. Lay down and, I mean, totally flat lay down. And just look up and I can see everything. I'm starting to memorize how to use the wireless mouse so that I can use it while I'm laying flat down and not even have to look. That's what I'm practicing now, how to memorize without having to, you know what I mean, just lay down and look up at the screen and be able to see what I want to see. So I like it. But like I said, the contrast ratio ain't the same. They both HD. They both HD. But one has a 14,000-to-1 contrast ratio. The other one only has 2,000-to-1 contrast ratio. I tried to bring the other Epson out, the 485. It has a 3,000-to-1 contrast ratio. And I was going to switch them, but by mistake, I banged it on the floor. So it was my fault, trying to move too fast. But I banged it on the floor, and for some reason, it won't come on. And I'll have to figure out what that is. But like I said, this is doable for right now. For right now, it's doable. If you want to use it on the ceiling, unless you got cathedral, really tall ceilings, because a regular projector, in order to get 120 inches, you need to be 20 feet. The projector needs to be 20 feet from what you're projecting on. As you can see, my ceilings are not 20 feet. So I can't use one. I can use them, but I'm going to get, picture ain't going to be as big as it is. A short throw is for people that have small quarters. And so you only have to put it, instead of 20 feet, you can put it 7 to 8 feet. Now, like I said, when I was using this, I had it it was in the middle of the floor. Now, I pulled it up because the further I pull it up, the further it go back. I could take it back further, but it'd be more in the middle of the floor. I'll show you what I mean. I could take it further back. Now you can see it's already kind of like in line with the door. We don't like that. That's the sheet I use to hide the dryer with. And y'all know, also, I just did laundry. See the holes going out the door? You put that sheet up on the door and you keep the heat from coming in. And when it's cold, they help keep the cold from coming in. So that's my sheet right there. It doubles. It has two jobs. But like I said, if I wanted to go all the way back, see what that grate is? I could have it go all the way back. I'm trying to decide, but then I would have to move it from here to where it's not blocking anything. Look at all that room between that and the bed. I would have to move it out further. And so I don't want to bump into it, trip over it, or bring the bike back in and trip over it. But that's not what y'all here for. That was my prelude. That's not what you came for. I'm hoping y'all came for the sermon. Those of you that watch me, and a lot of you don't, like you used to, and I understand. That's why you can't get mad I'm doing shorts all week. I've got more views off of doing them shorts than I've got in the past 2 months. 4 days of doing shorts, I've got more views than I've got. So you can't blame me from making shorts. Our topic today, we're going to go look at the book of Nehemiah. Some of y'all are saying, who? Well, believe it or not, it's a prophet from the Bible. But you don't hear much about him because it's not really popular. It's also kind of depressing because it's after the Israelites get captured by the Babylonians, and so it's not a good time in Israel. The Israel actually become captive. They become slaves. They came in and they ruined the city. Knocked down the walls. There was nobody there for 70 years. Slowly but surely, some Israelites started coming back. And they noticed that they had no protection. Meaning that even though they were enslaved by the Babylonians, you still had other people out there. And they could try and rob them, pillage them before the Babylonians could get there, if they cared to come. So they were trying to build a wall. And the thing about this story, that the message I want to bring to you is evil is never satisfied. The Israelites lost everything. They became enslaved. Yet some of them managed to get their freedom and come back. The Babylonian king wasn't worried about them. He should have been, but God made him not worry about them. So they were able to come back and start rebuilding that once great city. They were getting a lot of people who used to be the enemies of the Israelites. But you also had some people who were Israelites that came back from exile, but they wouldn't come join in. And they would sit back and they would make fun. Look at these fools trying to put the daggone city back together. Look at, man, the city is gone. Look at them trying to put the walls back up. What are you doing? What are you doing? As time went by, as the progress started to show, they were making progress. These same people that didn't want to take part, that thought it was foolish, that didn't want to take any kind of effort to help out. Now that it's becoming complete, they can't take no credit. They can't take no share. They can't move into the walled city now. They out there on the outskirts. Philistines, the Jebusite, the Hittite, the Jebusite, any of them could come by and rough them up. They ain't got no protection. They not living inside a wall. They wide open. Now it's going from, look at these jokers, to, hey, wait a minute. We're not going to be allowed any of the benefits of the wall that we've been making fun of for the past year. Now they see they're about to put the gates. The gates is the last thing you do when you build a wall. How you get in and how you get out. When the gate is closed, you can't come in. It's a strange thing, but unless you got special permissions, let's say at 10 o'clock at night, the gates close. They don't reopen until 7 a.m. If you're not in by 10 o'clock, unless you the special guard, unless you a special official, president, somebody rank, that door is not going to open. So that means that the people inside the wall, unless you're going to climb that wall, them people are safe. So what was a joke is now becoming a reality. Because people can now safely move in and bring their products and their valuables and bring their animals and start planting their crops up, and nobody just can't come by and steal them. Well, wait a minute. Hey, I'm an Israelite. Why can't I come in? Oh, I didn't help build the wall. Oh, I made fun of them. So why would they let me in? I made fun of them. I made jokes about them working. So people start sending the leader of the build messages. We need you to come down. He told them, I'm working. Why should I stop building this wall? We about to put the gates on. We building the gates now. We about to finish up. Why should I come down and see you? Because see, the plan was to get the leader, kill him, and discourage people from finishing the wall. Because see, people that's miserable are okay with you being miserable. But when you start trying to do things, they feel left out. And instead of coming in and trying to actually help build, because they don't want to do no work. That's why they're miserable, because they're lazy. They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to create nothing. They just want to sit back and just take advantage of everything. They don't want to put anything out, because they wouldn't have killed them to go help them build the wall. But to them, that was work. So let's get the leader to come down here so we can kill him. And that's going to stall the wall. It's going to take the morale of the people that's building the wall. It's going, you know what they say? If you cut the leader off, you cut the head off the beast. So they're thinking if we can get the leader to come down, we can get him to come down, then we can kill the morale and kill the whole project by killing him. And then we won't have to worry about people coming by and saying, look at them in that wall in that great city and you sitting here in the pasture. Well, is your house next to the wall? Why are you not inside the wall? It's an embarrassment. So rather than going and saying, hey, I know we're late, but can we come help? They want to stop the wall from being completed. This is what evil does. Evil know it can't compete. But if you stop the will of your competition from competing, and nobody's competing at all, they see it as a win. Because I'm no better off than you is, you no better off than I am. When the pirates come by, when the marauders come by, and they start snatching daughters, and start snatching up sheep and cattle, start snatching up your jewelry, you're going to be safe inside that wall. We're going to be out here looking stupid. But we tried to make you feel stupid while you were building the wall. Now you almost completed. We got to stop you. This happened thousands of years ago. It still happens today. Some of y'all are wondering, why did I allow that troll to stay in the chat during my mobile live yesterday? I had this set up for a Bible study, but I'm glad that I did wait until the day to do it, because that person is an example of what I'm talking about. At my last live, I mentioned that I know that the show is blessed. Even though the people don't come consistently, the show is blessed. Because I'm one of the few YouTubers that was in the roast sector that never had anybody from his city come into the chat. Most of the people, when we go out, they know that I'm a YouTuber. We even have a sign on the back of the bike that says Minister BROTHADERRICK YouTube that Chung-Lee Memes gave us. Most people know that we do YouTube, yet none of them come into the chat. Don't you find that strange? I didn't find it strange. Because I know that God was protecting the show. I remember a couple years ago, Triple Darkness told me that there was a lady in the roast sector that was in Baltimore. And he was like, but you don't want to mess with her. I was like, I don't want to mess with her anyway. Why would I want to mess with somebody in my own city? There ain't many people on YouTube that I've seen from Baltimore. Plenty of people on Instagram. Plenty of people. But you don't see that many people. And the ones that do, they have nothing in common with what we do. I see it as a blessing. I see it as the show blessed. And I said the only person, whoever came into my chat from my city, was that woman in England that used to live in Baltimore. I said that on the last live, which was days ago, because I've been doing the shorts. So we did a mobile live yesterday, and the troll came in, and who did he mention? That same person. So that means somebody been waiting for me to go live again. They've been waiting all these days to come in here and tell me that another YouTuber is playing video of me talking to this person. See, evil await. Now, I didn't recognize that name, but I have a feeling of who it was, because I said at the beginning of the live, we need to go get some aspirin. And that the cardiologist that we went to the other day, he told me, make sure you're taking your aspirin. Don't take naproxen. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take Advil. Just take regular aspirin. You need to take one a day. It's good for your heart. Do not take anything, not even ibuprofen. And I mentioned that in the beginning of yesterday's live, that a family member had suggested that I take ibuprofen after I fell off the bike. Not even 40 minutes later, I'm getting attacked by a troll. So which one is it? Was somebody upset that I mentioned the lady that used to live in my city, or was somebody upset that I said that the doctor said they were pretty wrong about the ibuprofen? Which one led to me getting trolled last night? It doesn't matter. Was it the same person? Or was it somebody that really got no life and sat around all week waiting for me to go live? Because the person that used to live in my city didn't say anything. So they didn't think it was worthwhile to say anything. So why would somebody come under a troll account and attacked me, I just let them go on to show how stupid they was. I let them keep right on talking. I'm riding the bike. I ain't paying no mind. They steady going on. Typing away. Just typing away. I asked them several times. Because the phone said only me and that troll was here. So who were they talking to? It ain't like I had 100 people here, 1,000 people here. It was me and that troll for the longest time, according to the phone. Why were they so in their feelings that they had to come and try to jump on me knowing I'm doing a mobile live? I'm not sitting at home relaxed. I'm out and about. You couldn't wait for me knowing that we do a sermon every week. You couldn't wait. The troll even said, I'm going to get you when you get home. What? So you couldn't wait till I got home? Because even when I get home, I don't stop the show. Troll could have came in. I don't end the show when I come in. I stay on for at least half an hour to 2 hours. I put the food away and I talk to y'all. The troll couldn't wait for me to get in the house. But even being out and about, I roasted the person so bad that by the time I got home, they were gone. I thought they would wait for me to get home. I roasted them so bad that they didn't come back. Where'd they go? I got in the house, sat down, put the food away. I'm ready to go. The person gone. Where'd they go? We handled them on the fly so easily, they wasn't going to hang around. So later on, I was watching the show back. I read everything they said. Remember, I'm out on the bike. I really can't look at it. Matter of fact, when we came back in, the person didn't come. I went on and deleted everything they said. But y'all got to see it. Anybody wanted the screenshots of what they typed? You had plenty of time to do it. But the person never came back. But I just bring them up because that was what we were going to talk about Nehemiah Wednesday. But we got distracted. We were going to talk about Nehemiah Wednesday. But I'm glad I saved it for today. Because it's an example. When people see somebody trying to do something, they want to stop them. Instead of trying to come up to their level, they want to bring them down to their level. This is what I always say about demons. They can't create. They can only take, deceive, trick, but they can't create anything. This person came and was talking about something that happened years ago that didn't involve them, involved somebody else. And I asked them point blank. I haven't been in the roast sector for over a year. So more than a year. We've been sticking to the religion, the bike rides, the e-bikes, the projectors. We haven't been doing anything in the roast sector. Why does evil still trying to draw me back in. Because I remember, because all you got to do is go look up the older videos and see the regulars in the chat saying, oh no, here we go again. Why don't you stop this? Why are y'all calling each other names? Why are you doing this stuff? But notice, those same people don't come by because we're not doing that anymore. Let that marinate for a second. But you can go back and look at the chat and see the people in there complaining about the roasting and the beefing. We not doing it. Where they at? So even though they say they don't want to see that, the majority of them did. Because when we stopped doing it, they stopped coming. Telling me for years, you don't need to do this, you can do other things. And when we start doing it, where they go? Gone. A lot of them thought that when they left, that I would stop. The same way. These people thought if they took out Nehemiah, the work on the wall would stop. They stopped coming by, the show rolled on. It got to the point that one of the bigwigs from Nehemiah's day, he actually sent his own personal aide to come get him. To get him to come down there so they could kill him. In the day when there's really no law and you got bandits running amok, he sent his personal aide in an attempt to get the leader to come down so that they could kill him and hopefully stop the progress on the wall. But I see a purpose there. Maybe we can take the will out to other people by killing their leader. Maybe there could be an internal fight or who would take over the leadership, and maybe it will crumble and the wall would never get finished. There's a point. My question to you is, what was the point of the troll coming in last night? What was the point? What would it accomplish? The troll coming in was supposed to stop me from shopping at the market. It was supposed to stop me from putting the groceries on the bike. It was supposed to stop me from riding home. What was the purpose of the troll coming in? We understand the purpose of the haters that now realize they can't take advantage of the safety of the wall. They gonna be on the outside looking in. But what was the purpose of the troll last night? What did they hope to accomplish? That's what I'm asking. What was the troll trying to accomplish? I'm asking you to show you how weak evil is. That even when it doesn't have anything to stand on, it still comes. No matter how much you beat it up, it still comes. Just absorb the blows and keep coming. It's not going to stop till you miserable like they are. I didn't let them slow me or stop me from what I was doing, but what I did was use it as extra motivation. That was a great ride home we had last night. We didn't have not one hiccup, not one problem. I rode like a champ last night. And see, I noticed, because if you check the video, I started the 360 camera when we came out of the market. Look at how much time I spend putting that phone on that mount. And yet, we didn't get one block. And the phone came off. Now, luckily, and this is the lucky part, when we came out the shopping center, we could have made that right on red. The Spirit said, don't. And sure enough, the phone jumped off the daggone mount. Watch how good I tied down. Watch me even move it and check it. Now, luckily, we didn't take off. I was able to scoot up on the sidewalk and put the phone on again. I didn't do nothing different than I did the first time. You can go look. The 360 video's up. I didn't do nothing different. I spent more time, we were stopped, putting it on there than I did when we was on the side of the road. Now, if I would have jumped out there, I would have went flying down Falls Road because it's downhill, and that phone would have went flying. It already got about 4 cracks in it. It'd have had 3 of them, 4 more. I probably would have got run over before I can go back and get it. Because I would have had to wait that light long. Y'all know how long that light is. But because I listened, we was able to prevent it. I'm not going to say I didn't get mad if that daggone phone jumped off, but we handled our business. Spirit said, hold up. And I listened. The voice in my head said, go, go, go. Their light's still red. They got the arrow, so they can't come down. Spirit said, no. And I listened. Did you listen? Let's, since it really was a Bible study format, but they're going to pull it up here. But first you got to get rid of that. Put Windows Media and close the webcam. All right. And let's pull this up. Nehemiah 2. We're going to skim through this. You don't see a lot of preachers focusing on Nehemiah. But in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when wine was brought to him, I took the wine and gave it to the king. I had not been sad in his presence before, so the king asked me, why does your face look so sad when you are not ill? This can be nothing but sadness of the heart. Now, when people say you can't be in the care or enslaved to somebody else and not be blessed by God. In actuality, this man is one of the valued servants of King Artaxerxes. Artaxerxes. However it's pronounced. Potato, potato. If you are in a restaurant and the waitress is bringing you, or the waiter is bringing you your wine, do you care if the waiter got sad look on his face? No, you don't. You want your wine. Why does the king care about the person that's bringing him his wine, which I'm sure gets brought to him every day, probably 3 or 4 times a day? Why does the king care about this man looking sad? Why does he care? Why does he care about Nehemiah looking sad? He cares because God is making him care. Somebody coming to mow your lawn and you pay them. They look sad mowing your lawn. Do you care? No, just mow my lawn. I don't care about you being sad. Get my lawn mowed. I paid you. Mow my lawn. But the king is asking somebody who serves under him, and not somebody that's the same race as him, not somebody that's in his family, not somebody he went to school with. Somebody who is not working for him because they want to. Somebody that's not getting paid to work for him. Why does the king care? The king cares because God is making him care. Let's continue on. Because the king asked him, why your face looks sad? He says, I was very much afraid, but I said to the king, may the king live forever. Why should my face not look sad when the city where my ancestors are buried lies in ruins, and its gates have been destroyed by fire? The king said to him, what is it you want? Why would the king care? It was his soldiers that destroyed that city when they took it over. Why would he care? If he cared, he wouldn't let them destroy it. And that make common sense. If he cared, why would he let his soldiers destroy it? But today, for some reason, he cares. So he asks, could he rebuild the city? The king with the queen sitting beside him asked him, how long will your journey take and when will you get back? It pleased the king to send me, so I set a time. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. When you take over a country, the first thing you want to do is get rid of everything that reminds the people you just captured of them being free. So why would the king want him to rebuild the city, the biggest city they had? Why would he want them to put walls around it? Them putting the walls up, don't that keep the king's soldiers out too? That is money. It don't not only keep out the heathens and the bandits and the rogues. Having that wall also keeps out the soldiers. The king's soldiers that captured it and burned it to the ground. This is how you know this king was touched by God. So Nehemiah says, if it pleases the king, may I have letters to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, so they will provide me safe conduct until I arrive in Judah. And may I have a letter to Asaph, keeper of the royal park, so he will give me timber to make the beams for the gates of the citadel by the temple, and for the city wall, and for the residence I will occupy. And because the gracious hand of my God was on me, the king granted my request. So I went to the governors of Trans-Euphrates and gave them the king's letters. The king had also sent army officers and cavalry with me. Now, not only did the king grant his wish, the king made sure he had letters, so if he was stopped by anybody, that he had permission from the king to be there. The king also made sure that he sent soldiers out with him in case somebody wanted to mess with him. I ask you again, why would the king who just destroyed that city, whose soldiers burnt it to the ground and stole everything from out of there, why would he now pay to rebuild the wall if God didn't touch him? So we know that God touched the heart of this king. So even though his people, I'm talking about God's people, the Israelites, his chosen people, turned their back on him to the point that he had to let them be taken over and exiled and enslaved, he still was watching out for the people, even though they were enslaved. He made sure that they had good kings. You know, so somebody was acting a fool, we're going to get dealt with. But he made sure that his people, his loyal people, even in slavery, were taken care of. Do y'all understand? If we go back to the plantation days, even though they had men out there on horses with the whip, there was still a slave foreman. And the other slaves had to listen to what he said, or he would go get one of the men on the horses, and they would come with the whips. Just because you're enslaved don't mean you can't get authority. Just because you're enslaved don't mean you can't have power. When you see people talk about they have a bad landlord, and they form a group of tenants and call it a council or an advisory board. And they can go on behalf of the tenants and speak for them and stand in court with the landlord and have power, even though the landlord can say, oh, y'all get out. Just because you are underneath somebody don't mean they totally control your life. And that's what the religious leaders were telling Jesus when they said, we never been enslaved. We children of David, we never been enslaved, because they was always able to have a council. They was always able to have some kind of leadership. And that leadership had the answer to the real people in control. But the citizens that were enslaved, they very seldom saw. Only when the soldiers were coming to beat them up or take something, they very seldom saw the people that enslaved them. The same way you can go to some cities And you'll find a black person that never seen a white person. Even during Jim Crow, there really was no need. Because they had their own barbershops, they had their own stores. Remember, they couldn't drink out the same fountain, they had their own. But you got a king here that his soldiers destroyed that area. And he's going to pay to get it redone at the risk of people seeing it, hearing about it, remembering how it was before the king came and wanting to rebel. This was not smart of the king to do this. If they want the Israelites to worship their gods, why are they going to let them put the walls back up and fix the temple? Eventually, that's going to lead to rebellion. Our real God is here. Why are we worshiping these daggone fake things up here? We're not going to do it. Put on you. Come kill us then. We're not going to. We will rather die. That's what that would cause. That's why it's so amazing that the king would allow him to go not only rebuild the city, rebuild the temple, but also put a safety wall around it. A wall that can keep the king out if they so want it. Either the king is very stupid or he got touched by God. And one thing I noticed, God don't put too many dummies in power. Sometimes you have to have somebody hard, somebody cruel to maintain order. God wants his people to have a nice, stable life. Sometimes they got to be put under people who would be God's choice to teach, but maybe God's choice because he can keep everybody in line so that other people that he assigned can come teach. You understand what I'm saying? So let's get to the good stuff. When Sanballat, the Horonite, and Tobiah, the Ammonite, for those of y'all that don't know, these are former enemies and still are enemies of the Israelites. When they had Jesus there in the cloud, Jesus would kick their butts. They ain't forgot. And they still terrorizing the returning Israelites. It's 70 years later, but they ain't forgot the many battles they had. And for 70 years, your enemy was gone and defeated. Now you look up, they rebuilding. Wait a minute, thought y'all were done. So when the Horonite and the Ammonite official heard about this, they were very much disturbed that someone had come to promote the welfare of the Israelites. So it's been 70 years. It's been 70 years. They ain't forgot. It's been 70 years. That's a long time. Most of us won't live to be 70. But 70 years. These two countries ain't forgot about the whoopings that Jesus gave them years before. They ain't forgot the whoopings. They were very disturbed that someone had come to promote the welfare of the Israelites. Why do they care? Why do they care? You know why they care. Because see, as long as they weren't doing nothing, long as the Israelites had a foot on their neck, long as they had nothing, they were okay with them. But now, wait a minute. Somebody, the person that actually beat them up, now this ain't the same king as 70 years later. Ain't the same king. But the people that beat them up are now helping them? What? They ain't helping us? What the heck? We gotta figure out, we gotta stop this. We can't let them rise back up again. Remember how they used to beat us up? And now they got the Babylonian behind them? Oh, heck no. It's taking all we can to keep the Babylonians from taking us over. And then you're going to bring the Israelites into the mix? Oh, no, we got to stop this. Israelites ain't said not one thing to these people. Ain't not made one threat to them. But they worried about it. Because see, when evil see you start to do something, evil get nervous if it's not in on it. Now, if they were in on it, they wouldn't mind. But because they're not in on it, it's an issue. So let's skip a little bit further. But I will stop here for a second. By night I went out to the valley gate toward the jackal well and the dung gate, examining the walls of Jerusalem, which had been broken down, and its gates which had been destroyed by fire. Then I moved on toward the fountain gate and the king's pool, but there was not enough room for my mount to get through. So I went up through the valley by night, examining the wall. Finally I turned back and re-entered through the valley gate. The officials did not know where I had gone or what I was doing, because as yet I said nothing to the Jews or the priests or the nobles or officials or any others who would be doing the work. So he hadn't told the people why they were there. They didn't know. Most of them wouldn't have came. He just said, hey, we come in here and rebuild the wall. What? You want the king to come kill us? What? So he said to them, you see the trouble we are in. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace. I also told them about the gracious hand of my God on me and what the king had said to me. They replied, let us start building. So they began this good work. So he brought the people there and didn't tell them why he was bringing them, because most of them wouldn't have came. Yeah, we're going to rebuild that for. We've been beat up, defeated. Most of our people carried off to other places. But since they were there, and once again, God touched them and said, release your fears and let's get it going. But here we go again. But when Sanballat, the Horonite, Tobiah, the Amorite official, and Geshem, now we got another person. Geshem the Arab heard about it. They mocked and ridiculed us. What is this you are doing? Are you rebelling against the king? Isn't that amazing? I just said that. But here we are. They worried about what these few Israelites is doing instead of handling their own business. And they take the time to go make fun of them. And they said the same thing that I said. Are you rebelling against the king? Didn't the king, but see, this wasn't the same king, but didn't his father do this damage? Why are you trying to go back and repair it? It's an insult to the Babylonians, isn't it? If I destroy something and never want to see it again, and you come by and fix it, aren't you rebelling? Aren't you opening fire? Aren't you taking a swing at somebody when you do that? Isn't that like a declaration of war? So he answered them by saying, the God of heaven will give us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding. But as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it. And this is where we get the way I'm talking about. Listen to what he says to him. The God of heaven will give us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding. But as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it. So he telling them, mind your business. This ain't got nothing to do with you. You're not going to get any benefit of this. God wants us to do this. We're going to succeed, whether you make fun of us or not. And when we do succeed, you won't have no credit, no share. You won't get no benefit. We're going to be behind our wall, and you're going to be out here naked for the night marauders to come get you. You ain't much better off than we are. You only about this far from them coming and capturing you too. Instead of you worrying about that, you worrying about what we doing. All you gonna do is wind up being caught by the Babylonians, or later on be caught by the Romans. And you'll be in the same situation. Except you'll be miserable. We're not gonna be miserable. We got a God behind us watching our back. You got nobody. Even under them, we still able to do things that you can't do and you not under them. But I'll read it again. When Sanballat the Horonite, Tobiah the Ammonite official, and Geshem the Arab heard about it, they mocked and ridiculed us. What is this you are doing, they asked. Are you rebelling against the king? And so Nehemiah answered them by saying, the God of heaven will give us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding. But as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it. So basically he's telling them, you're making fun of us now. But when we succeed and we get this city going again, you're going to want to come in and you ain't. You spent your time ridiculing us when you could have been helping. You could have actually contributed some lumber and contributed some manpower. But no, you chose to sit back and make fun of us. Then when we get to where we got to go, then you try to kill me, hoping to stop the thing. So let's move on. Let's move on. Recognizing the tactics of the enemy. When word came to Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem, the Arab, and the rest of our enemies that I had rebuilt the wall and not a gap was left in it, we didn't go this far ahead. Though up to that time, I had not set the doors and its gates. So they hadn't put the gates on yet. So even though the wall is finished, but you can still come through the gates are not up. You can still walk in through the opening. When these same people heard Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem, the Arab, y'all remember them? Sanballat, the Horonite, Tobiah, the Amorite, and Geshem. These are leaders of these different countries. And the rest of our enemies, that I had rebuilt the wall and not a gap was left in it. Though up to that time I had not set the doors and the gates. So the city is still open. They rebuilt the wall, but the city is still open. You can still come in. Sanballat and Geshem sent me this message. Come, let us meet together in one of the villages on the plain of Ono. Wait a minute. These people were making fun of him, laughing at him, saying that he was blaspheming against the king. Why they want to meet with him now? If what they were doing was a joke, and they were going to get the wrath of the king and his soldiers, why would these leaders all of a sudden want to meet with him? That's like somebody on the FBI most wanted list, and y'all been sitting around laughing about how the FBI looking for him. Then you find out the FBI close to him. Now all of a sudden you want to meet him. What? Come on, how bad the guy was, how he was a serial killer. Now, before the FBI take him in, you want to meet with him. What? They made these guys out to be jokes, loons, crazy. They're going to feel the wrath of the king when he find out. But now that they notice the king ain't said nothing to him, that the king, who they thought was going to attack them, is actually helping them. Wait a minute. Well, hold on a sec, bro. We want to come meet with you. They haven't offered their help with the wall. They haven't offered their help anything. Why they all of a sudden want to meet now? See, when the evil see you getting towards your goal, it start making fun of you now. Now it want to join in for the benefit. But they want to hurt him. They want to kill him, hoping to dismay the people that's there diligently working on rebuilding that city, and hoping that they lose heart and give up. And then they can step in and take over. It's almost done. Lazy people will come put the finishing touches on, but they weren't going to do the hard work. They wasn't going to risk offending the king, even though they had permission from the king. But they didn't know that. Now they're like, wait a minute, this thing going to go up. And from years to come, people going to know that these men rebuilt the city and used the resources from the same people that destroyed it. They're still over them. That's a big deal. But guess what? They won't get no credit, no mention. Can't have that. That will be successful. We can't have that. We got to knock them down. And that's what they want to do. They want to kill. They want Nehemiah to come down so they can kill him. And hopefully by doing that, no different than the police trying to lock up a kingpin and hoping that the deals are scatter, or you get the gang leader and hope that the gang scatter or become different smaller gangs, easy to control. This is what they were hoping would happen. But Nehemiah says, I know they were scheming to harm me, so I sent messages to them with this reply. I'm carrying on a great project and cannot go down. Why should the work stop while I leave it and go down to you? 4 times they sent me the same message. And each time I gave the same answer. So, evil got its answer. It wouldn't quit. 4 more times. They tried 3 more times. They got the same answer back. But they wouldn't quit. Evil don't quit. Then the 5th time, Sanballat, the Honorite, sent his aide to me with the same message. And in his hand was an unsealed letter. Back then, you don't send your private aide out. That's your most trusted person. You don't send them. You send underlings. Sanballat was so desperate. He sent his top aide out. That aide handles all his business. Something happened to that aide, it's going to be a mess in this kingdom. But they got to find somebody else to replace him. A lot of things not going to get done. But he's so desperate to get Nehemiah down someplace where he can kill him. That he sent his right-hand man. What are common tactics that the enemy uses to hinder the work of God? In this story, the Jews have been living in Israel without walls around the city of Jerusalem because they rebelled against God during the reign of the kings. You know the king, King Saul, King David, King Solomon, King Asa, King Absalom. Have I got them all? The Lord judged them and sent them into exile in Babylon, or Babylon, however you pronounce it. After 70 years in exile, small remnants started to return to the land of Israel. In chapter 1, the Lord stirred Nehemiah, a man serving under the king of Persia, to come back to Jerusalem and inspire the remnant to rebuild the wall of the capital city and help restore the worship of Israel. Once again, I say to you, if the king's father destroyed all of that to try to erase God from the people visually and mentally, why would he help them bring that back if God didn't touch him? But let's keep going. In chapter 6, Nehemiah had completed the walls but had not added the gates. Because of the progress and the certainty of completion, the attacks of the enemy increased. From the beginning of this restoration project, Nehemiah and the Israelites had enemies trying to stop the work. Sanballat and other Samaritans had been trying to discourage Israel. In chapter 2, they became angry and incensed that somebody had come to promote the welfare of the Israelites. We read that. In chapter 4, when Israel began to build, they mocked them, saying that even if a fox went on the wall, it would fall. However, when they saw that the building of the wall was progressing, they decided to secretly form an army and come against Israel. When Nehemiah heard about this, he warned Israel and set up guards to fight in case of an invasion. So hold on a sec. First, they were making fun of them. Then when they saw that they were actually going to complete it, and they had no interference from the king, they tried to get Nehemiah to come down there so they could kill him and hopefully slow down or eliminate the process of rebuilding the wall in the city That failed. Now, they trying to get an army up to come up there and take the men out. Why do the Hornites, why do the Amorites, why do the loose Arabs, because they don't have a name, they're just called the Arabs, and now the Samaritans. Israel was good to the Samaritans because they allowed the Samaritans, when they were getting the land of milk and honey, they allowed the Samaritans to keep that land. They allowed the Samaritans to just be. They could have killed them, but they allowed them to just be. So now, the Samaritans want to reward them by getting together with the Amorites and getting together with the loose Arabs and get together with the Hornites, who they themselves are enemies. But, as I said, people that deal in evil, they got no problem linking up when they see good coming. They could have just had a fight and don't have no problem linking up. A man and a woman could be fighting in the street. A good guy comes and tries to break it up. What happens? They both turn on him. Evil don't like good. And they'll always link up. So Nehemiah had to warn the Israelites and set up guards to fight in case of an invasion. The building continued as they worked with the brick in one hand and the weapon in the other. Can I read that again? Even first they were ridiculed, Then they tried to get Nehemiah to come down with no protection so they could kill him. That didn't work. Now they're getting the army together and they're advancing. Why do these people care about what these Israelites are doing? So now they still working on the wall, but they putting a brick on the wall and got a weapon in the other hand, ready to fight. And now all that remained was adding the gates. Because of this, the enemies of Israel made one last major assault, specifically targeting Nehemiah. If they can stop Nehemiah, they can discourage the people and finally stop this work. I was right, yeah. This is important for us to see and consider. If they can stop Nehemiah, they can discourage the people and finally stop the work. The contents of this chapter, I believe, apply specifically to the spiritual warfare of a believer and especially to leaders. In Ephesians 6, we are called to prepare for this warfare. Paul said, therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you have done everything, to stand. You'll be able to stand your ground, and after you have done everything, to stand. What does it mean to stand? Every encounter that I've had where I tried to go on my own volition has failed. But when I just stood there and waited for God to do something, I won. Every encounter I've had where I should have been beat down, where I should have been shot, where I should have been stabbed, where I should have been banked. When I tried to do it myself, it ended badly. But when I just stood, nothing happened, or I won. I can give you an example. Remember that day the power was out? And I was downstairs charging the power banks up? Younger guy came in and started messing, with the old people, and he was talking about, I know I can beat everybody in here, something up and mess my mind. And the dude came up to me and put his deuce up. I just stood there and looked at him. And he went. I just stood there and looked at him. Why did I stand there and look at him? Because it's not my fight anymore. This is between him and the Holy Spirit. If the Holy Spirit bring BROTHADERRICK out, it's going to be a brawl. I'm just going to stand there. Go ahead. Do what you got to do. Stand. Now, if I had to try to respond, whether he was playing or not, somebody always get hit and then they get on. It was 30 people in that room. I don't know any of them. How many do he know? Don't know. But it wasn't my battle. I turned it over. I turned the battle over to God. God is going to make something happen. Whether the person go about their business or whether we go, I know I'm not hitting the floor. I know this. Only time I'm going to hit the floor is if some bullets is coming for it to go over my head. I'm not worried. I just stood there. And the guy was sitting there, and then he went and walked off. Did God touch him? Don't know if y'all noticed on the mobile lives. How many times does somebody approach me, look me in my face, and then turn around and keep going? And you heard me say, I thought we was going to fight. I'm glad that person kept going. Whatever the devil had set up, it got stopped. I'll say it again. I've taken y'all into some of the roughest places. Places that you see Charlie Bobo and other people, they ride through it. I've taken you places they wouldn't dare go without being in a locked car or truck. We ain't had not one problem. I took you places where you ain't seen not one black folk, not one Mexican, unless they was working on a lawn. We ain't been bothered by nobody. Why am I not afraid to go to these places? Think of the places that I take you. where I call it the abyss. But I take you places where there ain't no help for a while. But I'm confident as I go through there. Notice how I speak to everybody, even if they don't speak back. I'm not offended that they don't speak back. I'm glad they don't speak back. But I let them know I'm here. I ain't here to cause no problems, but I'm here. I'm not going to be bullied. I'm not going to be punked out. I got every right, just like you got a right to be here. Well, your kind don't come back here. Well, what's my kind? I'm human. We all humankind, and the laws apply to us all. Can't tell me I can't come here. We ain't had now one problem physically on any of the mobile lives. I know why that is. When the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after you've done everything to stand, if you stand as a child of God, you're going to always be all right. Some would say, well, Nehemiah was serving wine to the king. That's a lowly position. But in that lowly position, because he stood with God, he was able to get the king's favor and get the king to undo what his daddy did 70 years ago. Now he about to finish, and all these Tom, Dick, and Harrys that was making fun of him, that were laughing at him, now they not only want to take time out that day to ridicule him, now they getting an army together. What they getting an army together for? Ain't nobody declared war on them. What they doing ain't got nothing to do with them. But that's the problem. That city get up and running, it's going to be competition. People are going to be able to come inside and safely trade within the walls. Walls that they don't have. Now, they're going from being a joke to, wait a minute, they could actually become competition. We got to stop them. When other people hear about what they've done, they're going to come in droves. They might start buying from them instead of buying from us. They may start trading with them instead of, because they're going to feel, hey, how did you go 70 years ago, the same people that they're going to torch this place is now rebuilding it. It's got to be something magical there. It's got to be something people are going to want to come by and see. And when they come by and see, some might want to stay, some might want to trade. That means less for them. They got to find a way in. We couldn't stop them. Now we just got to go take it over and kill all of them and make them under us. Not thinking, wait a minute, the Babylonian king allowed this. What do you think going to happen when the Babylonian king find out what you did? They ain't thinking about that. Because evil don't think ahead. Evil just thinks right now. They getting the army together to go attack these few people that are trying to put this city back together, knowing that it's backed by the Babylonian king who could crush all of them. What do you think gonna happen if they did that and he found out? You think he just say, "Oh well"? The king allowed him to go there under his decree. If you attack them, that's the same as attacking the king. If you could beat the king, you would have beaten him, and you would be over top of the Israelites, right? But they're not thinking about that. They in their feelings about what the Israelites did to them. Go back and look at Joshua and Samuel and Kings 1 and 2. Go look at the whoopings that they dished out. Think of the whoopings. That's all they can think about. Not even thinking about the whooping that's to come. Some commentators have said we always live in the evil day, the time between Christ's first and second coming, in which we are always under the attack of Satan. However, Paul is clearly referring to times when the enemy increases assaults for the purpose of discouraging God's people and hindering his work. He said, when the day of evil comes, we mentioned this briefly in chapter 4. I think we got a picture of the evil day when Satan attacks Job. He loses his family, his wealth, and all his health, all in a very short time period. There's an all-out attack on Job that he must stand against. Similarly, here in chapter 6, we see many different types of attacks that the enemy brings against Nehemiah. Nehemiah is going through an evil day, an evil season of assault on his life and ministry. We are also called to do the work of the Lord. You may be a student, a teacher, a businessman, or a mom, but you should not be mistaken. You are doing the Lord's work. Nehemiah's building of the wall wasn't preaching the gospel, but it was something that everybody eventually realized was accomplished by God. It was a work of the Lord. In the same way, when we are doing the will of the Lord, wherever he has called us, we are working for him, and therefore will incur the attacks of the enemy in various forms. How do we prepare for the attacks, and how do we defeat these attacks? Yes, we must put on the armor of God, which is primarily a righteous life. But along with that, we must be aware of the enemy's tactics. Satan wants to immobilize us and keep us from progressing in our spiritual lives. And therefore, he will come with many different attacks. He wants to keep us from building and completing the work that God has called us to. Because our enemy is both wise and relentless, we must be aware of his tactics and schemes, his tricks and schemes, 2 Corinthians 2:11 says this, in order that Satan might not outwit us, for we are not unaware of his schemes. In order that Satan might not outwit us, for we are not unaware of his schemes. One of the reasons many Christians become immobilized and ineffective in their callings is because they are unaware of the enemy's tactics. We will see many of these tactics as we study this text. This will be especially important for those in leadership roles, just as Nehemiah was. If Satan had one bullet, he would take out the leader because it would affect more people. Big question. What were the attacks on Nehemiah in chapter 6? All right, we can skip that. The enemy's tactic of deception. When word came to Sanballat, Tobiah, and Geshem the Arab, and the rest of our enemies, that I had rebuilt the wall, and not a gap was left in it, though up to that time I had not set the doors and the gates, Sanballat and Geshem sent me this message: come, let us meet in one of the villages on the plain of Ono. But they were scheming to harm me, so I sent messengers to them with this reply: I am carrying on a great project and cannot go down. Why should the work stop while I leave and go down to you? In verse 2, Tobiah contacted Nehemiah to ask him to meet at a neutral site. The implication is that the enemies of Judah were seeking peace and wanted a meeting in order to accomplish this. They've been enemies for about 300 years. Now they building a wall. All of a sudden they want peace. What? They wouldn't need a wall if they were friendly. Nehemiah, the governor of Israel, realized it was probably politically wise for him to make peace. In fact, as we see at the end of the chapter, many Jewish nobles were putting pressure on him to make peace. It would not be a good political move to ignore the pleas of the enemy to have a meeting. However, the text says that Nehemiah discerned that they were trying to hurt him. And Nehemiah, in response, said that he was doing a great project and could not go down. How did Nehemiah protect himself against the attacks of the enemy? First, he did it by discerning the lies of the enemy. This is important for believers as well. Consider what Jesus said about Satan. You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desire. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth, for there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Some people say, why does Jesus call the devil a murderer? The devil is a murderer. By getting Eve to eat from that tree, and her giving it to Adam, the devil murdered them. Remember, God said, if you eat from this tree, you will surely die. Why did he instruct her to eat from the tree of knowledge, but not the tree of life? The tree of life would have gave them everlasting life. The devil sent them to the tree of knowledge in the hopes that God would kill them on the spot. So the devil is a murderer. He tried to kill Adam and Eve. He didn't know that they were going to live to be 930 years old. He didn't know that. He would try another tactic if he did. His mission was to kill Adam and Eve. That's why he's a murderer. Next time you pass the graveyard, look at all the bodies in that graveyard and imagine it's graveyards all over the world. The devil is responsible for every body in that grave because we were supposed to live forever. We were supposed to be trained. The devil didn't want to train us. He didn't want to be under us. He's supposed to have been a servant to come show us before we could eat from that tree of either one, of life or of knowledge. He was supposed to teach us how we supposed to carry ourselves, how we supposed to manage the earth and the animals. Instead, he took that authority and killed us. Anytime you see a devil worshiper, you should want to spit on him. The devil tried to kill us. He was jealous and he wanted to kill us. The devil was the father of evil. But like I tell you, don't underestimate the devil. Don't underestimate his demons. The spiritual ones or the human beings you look at every day. Never underestimate them. their mission in life is to make everybody suffer. So we can all cry together and die together. Why do I say cry together? Because you're going to be on them hot coals wishing you were dead. As you in the furies of hell. And then you're going to die together as you line up and one by one get thrown in that furnace. You're going to cry together. You're going to lie together, cry together, and die together. They all rhyme. That's what evil wants. Evil scared to be alone. The devil know he's going to die. Is he trying to fix it? Nope. He's satisfied with it. He still wants his mission. His mission is to kill us. Even if it means he get killed first. Check Revelations. The beast and the false prophet get thrown into the lake when Jesus come back. The devil will get thrown in the pit and get chained up for 1,000 years in darkness. Jesus is going to teach the remaining people on earth that survived the battle. After 1,000 years, the devil will get released. You think he's going to be happy? He's going to come out and get right to work. And get up an army. The same way these people trying to get an army to type people building the gate. Even though Jesus and 144,000 are going to be teaching these remnants, the people that survived the bowls being poured down, the people that survived the battle, Jesus is going to teach them for 1,000 years. And the devil going to still come back in the same way he took a third of the angels with him out of heaven and brought them down here. He's going to do the same thing and take a third of the people. It's going to be that easy because we're that stupid. For the devil to get another army up. But this time, there ain't going to be none. There ain't going to be no fight. Jesus is going to bring down fire from the heaven that's going to incinerate. Then it's going to be time for judgment. And the people, no matter where you died at, your spirit is going to come from hell and it's going to find your old body, whether you're in the sea, whether you're underground, whether you're in the mountain. It's going to find your body and you're going to come wandering out. And you're going to line up. And you're going to get judged. And 99.9% of you is going to get tossed in that furnace. But the devil going in first. And the way it's going to line up, the people that you followed are going to go before you. To give you even more fear. Oh, there go Pastor Jenkins. Oh, no. There go the First Lady. Ooh, poof. Oh, no. There go the Congressman. Oh, no. Is that President Reagan? Oh, no. What chance do I have? Children going to have to watch their parents go in. Some parents might have to watch their children go in first. I don't want to be in that line, do you? Keep on following evil. You will be. Let's keep going. Jesus spoke this to the Pharisees who were also trying to set him up so they could kill him. He told them that they were of their father the devil, who was a liar and the father of lies. This is important for us to understand because Satan is always trying to deceive us as well. He lies to many Christians about their identity. He lies about their future. He lies about how they should think and what they should wear. Many Christians struggle with great insecurities and fears because they have been listening to the lies of the devil. He makes them insecure about their body, their wealth, the car they drive, and the job they have. He said they must have this, and that they must have this to be successful and to be accepted. We have a whole society built on lies. We have lies about what is beautiful, lies about what it means to be successful, lies about God, lies about creation, etc. Scripture says the evil one is the prince of this world. John 14:30. Why does he lie? He lies because he ultimately wants to harm us and keep us from walking in the calling that God has for us. These lies sometimes come from people who love us. Sometimes it may come from family. Sometimes it comes from our churches or friends. Certainly, it comes from the media that we entertain ourselves with. This is important for us to understand as leaders. Not only because the enemy will attack us with lies, but also because we will be constantly ministering to people who have been lied to. I'll read that again. This is important for us to understand as leaders, not only because the enemy will attack us with lies, but also because we will be constantly ministering to people who have been lied to. They have accepted the lies of the enemy and are stuck in a spiritual track. We will have to identify the lie and impart the truth of God's word to minister to them. Like Nehemiah, we must be able to identify the lies of the devil. Discernment comes from knowing the word of God. Listen to what Hebrews says. Anyone who lives on milk. Oh. What? The hell was that? Anything to distract us, right? Anyone who lives on milk, being still an infant, is not acquainted with the teaching about righteousness. But solid food is for the mature, who by constant use have trained themselves to distinguish good from evil. The writer of Hebrews is describing the church as the spiritual infants because they lived on milk and not the solid food of the world. He said that the believers had not matured because they did not constantly use scripture and therefore struggled with distinguishing between good and evil, just like an infant. In the context of Hebrews, they were being tempted to go back to the Jewish law. And he writes to show them that the new covenant is so much better. Christ is better than Moses. Christ is better than angels. Christ is better than the high priest. They couldn't discern this because of their lack of spiritual maturity, and therefore were being drawn back into the old covenant. With that said, numerous Christians are like this because they don't constantly use the word of God. They use it on Sundays when somebody preaches it, and maybe they read it on occasion, but they don't know how to apply it because they don't constantly use it. Therefore, they lack the discernment and are prone to be deceived by Satan's lies. They have no discernment in their dating relationships. They have no discernment about how to respond when mistreated. They can't discern what's best for their future or their career because they haven't developed a mature understanding of the Word of God. This opens the door for many deceptions from the enemy. In the context of spiritual warfare, Paul calls for believers to put on the belt of truth, which is probably referring to the truth of the Scripture. Ephesians 6:14 says, "Stand firm, then with the belt of truth buckled around your waist." In ancient armor, it was the belt that held all the other pieces together. Therefore, in knowing the word of God, God's truth, one will be protected from many of the enemy's attacks. This is true primarily because one wouldn't be fooled by many of the enemy's lies. Are you keeping the belt of truth? By constant use of it, you will be able to discern the lies of the devil. What else will help us gain discernment? Discernment comes from understanding human nature. Consider what was said about Christ in John 2:23-25. Now, while he was in Jerusalem at the Passover feast, many people saw the miraculous signs he was doing and believed in his name. But Jesus would not entrust himself to them, for he knew all men. He did not need a man's testimony about man, for he knew what was in a man. This text says many people believed in Christ, but that he did not entrust himself to them because he knew all men. In verse 25, the Apostle John is telling us why Christ did not entrust himself to them. The reason was not based on his omniscience, but his doctrine of man. He said it was because Christ knew what was in man. Jesus understood that even though the crowds were following him, the heart of man is deceitfully wicked. He knew people were following him for food and for healing, but not really for who he was. He knew that men were prone to run after a person who did something sensational, though they were not truly committed. Christ didn't entrust himself to these crowds because he understood the nature of man. Let me stop here for a second. I love reading these because I don't do these in advance, and I'm learning as y'all are. I always find myself always going against the crowd. It seems like everything I see and disagree with, everybody else seems to love it. I think about all the YouTubers that we came across. I can tell you, every person that I went to war with had bigger views than I had. Why is that? Because they go with the evil. Every person that I've went to war with, they get better views than I do. Everyone. Why? Because even though I would defend myself and come down into the pit, I wouldn't stay there. People love to be in the pit. Remember they say if you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas? People love the fleas. They love the drama. They love the misery. It makes them feel good to put somebody down or to see somebody get put down. But when you start talking about how can we improve things, nobody wants to hang around. I remember it was about 3 years ago. Somebody came into my live stream and said, you always talking about coming together and putting your resource together and doing something. And I said, sir, I got a daggone map of how to do it. There are 3 videos in a row that show you how to start from scratch. I guarantee you none of those videos got 50 views. And they've been up since December of 2017. But I guarantee you, all of them videos together couldn't match the video that I did to the man in Indiana. We got a video that has 6,000 views on it because I said I found Tommy Sotomayor on Twitch. I did 3 videos on that topic. The lowest one was 4,400. More people cared about where Tommy was on Twitch than cared about how people can get themselves together and mobilize their neighborhoods and get respect in the world, put their money together and rebuild, how to get their children and wives in line. Nobody wanted to hear that. But man, you found Tommy on Twitch? Whee! would Jesus link himself to men and women who go with whatever's hot right now? The newest thing that come in. That's why I don't go with the latest thing, the newest thing. I wait and see where it develops. I wait years down the line. I don't just jump into the newest thing. You know, we waiting on the phone company to get the Samsung in stock. 5G been out for a while now. Why am I just getting around to it? We could have been got a 5G phone. We use Verizon networks. Verizon was lagging behind AT&T and T-Mobile in 5G. When I say lagging, I mean lagging. And people always talk about how strong the signal is for Verizon. No, it ain't. Why do we have an antenna hanging out the window? In order for us to do the show, we had to have an external antenna just to boost Verizon's. And I was on the second floor. Now we're on the 12th floor. The Wi-Fi is on right now. I'll turn it off. Can you see where the bars are? It's only 2. But Verizon goes into the rural areas and this phone only 3 months old and it got 3 bars on it. I mean 2 bars. 2 bars out of 5. When we had this phone, and this phone came from them, remember? This is the phone we were using. It's their phone, ZTE Blade. I think it's the Blade A7 Prime, I think. We had to use an external antenna to be able to run the show. So if the 4G ain't blazing, what the hell is the 5G doing? And the reason why there's so many antennas, they say the 5G don't go that far. So if I'm 12 flights up and I don't get good 4G, what the hell am I gonna do with the 5G? That's why it was never a rush for me. Number one, Verizon lagging behind. And like I told you, we could have got that TCL phone. It's only $150. But because it's older and Verizon is still working on that 5G, that phone gonna be obsolete in a year or 2. It ain't even gonna pick up the good. People gonna be blazing on the 5G on the newer phones, and that phone gonna be lagging. They were like, "Why your phone so slow?" I'm using my level of discernment, which is saying, "Hey, don't go jump in because it's the newest fad." But that cheap phone I told you about, in the past 3 months, it sold out 6 times. So people still buying it. That's why they still selling it. But what's going to happen down the road? They don't mind you buying it because they know in a year and a half, you're going to have to buy another one to keep up. Because the regular 5-band they're using right now, when they start doing the C-band and the WCCM band, when they start using them bands, that phone ain't going to be able to do it. And you're going to have two people from Verizon standing next to each other, and they're going to be like, whoa, my phone going, wee, and your phone's going like this, yeah, wee, yeah. Why your phone so slow? I thought you had 5G. I do got 5G. Why your phone ain't going, wee, why your phone going, wee? Using the level of discernment. Making an educated decision. Doing research. How good is your level of discernment? How can you tell what's the lie and what's not a lie if you don't have a way of determining what's a lie and what's not a lie? First thing you got to have is common sense. With that common sense, you got to have logic. Because knowing something and having the sense to be able to figure out what's good and what's bad is two different things. You could ask somebody, hey, do you understand electricity? And you say, yeah, I know electricity. Don't put your hand in the socket. Don't mess with it while your hands is wet. I asked you, do you understand how electricity works? Then the person gonna say, oh, well, I ain't gotta understand all that. I just know how to use it. Somebody with a decent level of discernment would say, no, I don't. Give me a minute. Let me Google it. Then come back and say, this is what it is. But somebody ignorant will say, I don't need to know all that. I just know plug it in. Don't have your hands wet. That's the kind of person that's going to be led down a road they don't need to go down because they don't know. I watch scam baiting videos because I find it funny. Why do I find it funny? I find it funny how they come up with these ways to trick people out their money. And I got a scam call the other day, and I kid you not, I knew it was a scam, and the person introduced themselves and said what company they was from, and they asked me my name. I told them something that I learned from Tagow, Tagow. I told them my name is Minadam Raj Patel. I don't know who Raj Patel is, but Tagow introduces himself as Minadam Raj Patel. If this was an American, they would have heard me say Minadam Raj Patel, and they would have said, what? What? This person laughed and hung the phone up. So they knew, no victim here. I was speaking to them in their language. They knew they wasn't going to be able to scam me. They hung the phone up and panicked and hung the phone up. Now, if that had been a real person, they wouldn't have ran. I was kind of disappointed because I had some more Hindi for them. I had some more language to use. I didn't get to use it. They hung up. If they were calling for real business, they wouldn't have hung the phone up. They would have said, who? Vietnam? You from overseas? But no, they laughed and hung the phone up. They knew. And because of the way I said it so, I didn't even stutter. I said it so fluently. Minute non rock patel. Hey, I didn't say, minute non. I said minute non rock patel. Hey, said it straight out. Like I knew what I'm talking about. Even though I don't know who Raj Patel Hey is, I could Google it. Somebody want to Google it and tell us in the chat. Who the heck is Raj Patel Hey? But you could say minute non Joe Smo. But like I said, the level of discernment. When you got the media telling you one thing, you got your friends telling you one thing, you got your parents telling you one thing, you got your teachers and professors telling you one thing, you got your leaders and government telling you one thing. If you don't know the word of God and what God expects of you, how can you stand up to what's being told to you if there are no examples around you for you to fall back on? How will you know? Because a lot of times people know what's going on and they don't. You know, if an armored truck turns over and money flying everywhere, you know they're going to use their cameras and they're going to find every person that picked that money up and they're going to be at everybody's door ready to lock them up. But people still go scramble for the money anyway. Don't they? You know it's wrong. You know that money does not belong to you. But you still take it. There is a camera in front of every door here. But you know there's going to be an idiot that's going to try and steal somebody's package. Because even though they know that there's a camera on every door, they still going to try it. Go on YouTube and put in Ring doorbell and see how many videos are up of people stealing stuff, stealing plants, chairs, packages, just stealing stuff. There's video of people ring the doorbell and they stand there with a gun in their hand, and when you open the door, they force you in. They're going to try and force their way in and rob you. With so many people getting those video doorbells, why do people still keep trying to come through the front door? I'm going to go through the back door or the window. In the back of their mind, they know it's a good chance. These people can afford something I want to steal. Chances are they can afford a video doorbell. But they ignore that. And that's where the difference comes in. They know it, but they don't know how to interpret it and say, hey, this might not be a good idea. Maybe I should go around the back. Maybe I should go through a side window. Do they have another entrance that's not the front entrance? Maybe it's not a Ring doorbell there. You know, a lot of houses have side entrances. It's one thing to hear the word of God. It's another thing to know how to use the word of God. You can read something, but does it stick? You can read something, but does it stick? And how long does it stick for? We had a beautiful day today. I should have went out, but I didn't I didn't wash the coat or the face mask. I didn't charge the bike up. I didn't do any of the things. I got the bike's charged up. I got the four back. Actually, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 7 lights in the back are charged up, and the 2 power banks are charging in that pocket. We got to do the big power bank over there, and then we got to do the big power bank over there, and then we got to do the 2 lights. The 2 front headlights got to be charged up. The 360 camera's charged up. I'm really upset about this. I can't believe I thought that this fell off during the ride. And it was right here on the counter. I am so mad. I'm trying to figure out how I can rig this up to use it. Trying to figure out if I can get it. Is it bright enough to be up front? Is that bright enough? I don't think it's bright enough to really make a difference, to be honest with you. I don't think it's bright enough. I don't think it's bright enough. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out how can I use this now? Because I made the mistake. I was so mad when we got to the market that I threw the head strap away. So I ain't going digging no dumpster. I'm trying to figure out how can I rig this up? And you see the double-sided tape. I even had double-sided tape on it. I'm trying to see if there's a way I can rig this up. Actually, it is. Uh-oh. 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 I'm going to get, yeah. I'm going to get 2 clamps. Yeah, I can rig this up. I can run it right through here. Get, uh-oh. Now I don't want to do it. I can slide that down. It was in there before. I wonder. See, this is what I mean when I say this is stuff that the devil can't do. He can't create. He can only steal. Now I'm trying to find. I'm trying to throw more. Here they go. They go right here. Now we're gonna take. We've had these. If I can get it open, all right. Give me 3 of them. We're gonna see if we can. I said 3, not 4. We're gonna see if we can strap these down and have this on the helmet. So I'm trying to think. Well, where's the plug at? Now, if I can get these ties to go through, all right, I'm gonna have it go through. We'll go through this way then. Not as easy as it sounds, is it? Like that. Put that through. All right. Oh, the whole thing came out. Hey, come on now. I got one through. Well, let's do them one at a time then, because this ain't trying to behave. It's gonna be harder for the rest of them. So, me and these twist ties don't get along well. Hope I got it the right way. Oh, come on, man. Give me a hard time. Trying to embarrass me in front of the people. Now, come on. Now. Where the Caesar Romero? Where are the Caesars? All right, we got one on one. That's the most important. It ain't going away. Now, we're going to stick. Actually, will it slide through? Stick it. All right. Yeah, this is a lot easier. Easier said than done. Now, some of y'all are saying, well, why are you doing it like that? Actually, I wanted to come up so I can cut it. Some of you probably saying, well, why are you doing it like this? Isn't it the hard way? It broke already. Are you serious? It broke already. Are you serious? You really broke already. I need you to go down. Come through the hole. Come through the hole, man. All right, that's not going to work. Let's try this then. See? It's not going to fit through the hole. That's not going to work either. So I'm going to try another zip tie. See, I'm always trying to figure something out. I take pride in being creative. Come on, son. You fight me hard, ain't you? You gonna fight me the whole way, ain't you? Then you gonna come back up. Trying to hold you in. You just fight me the whole way. All you gotta do is come under. Why so hard for you to come under? There you go. Now, take it under. Stick it in. Gonna fight me the whole way. Hold my short. All right, I'm tired of messing with this. This ain't working. So, what's another way to do it? Well, you want that to go in right there. What happened to that piece of wire? Where'd it go? Y'all know I had that speaker on the ceiling. I took it down. I had a speaker on the ceiling, but I took it down. You know what I could do? Oh Lord. It got okay. What if I put this piece back on? Now, that's gonna be aimed down. We'll do it this way. Okay. Now where's one of the things at? Right there. Now I'm gonna show y'all something. I don't know if we're gonna work on that. We'll find out in a minute. We're gonna put this back. I believe it goes this way. This way, nothing there. Stop it from going in. No, it go this way. We don't want it to go there. No, it don't. It don't go that way. It can't. Let me see. But they're bringing it out. Oh, okay. There's some double-sided tape right here. Once again, something I rigged up. Something I rigged up. Let's come back to bite me in the butt. And it don't want to come off. All right, let's see if I can get it in there. Do you pull it out or do you take it in? How do you get it to go in? You sure you got it right? You sure don't go the other way? No, don't go that way. It's gotta go this way. For some reason it's not going in. I know why it's not going in. When I took the thing off, this came off, and it's the wrong way. It go this way. Now it's gonna fit in. Put that in. And it should go in. No, it's not in. Why it's not going in? Got it. All right, now we're gonna put this over it. How do we have it? Oh, that wasn't right. It's upside down. It ain't perfect. Wish it was the other way. But it's gonna hang. It's gonna hang down. So we're gonna do it this way. It's gonna be upside down. Now you take the piece. Now hopefully it holds it on there. It went right through. Right? Oh, the screw ain't here. Where the screw at? Now we had a whole bunch of these screws laying around. Now we need one. Don't y'all find that amazing? It was a whole bunch of screws laying around. And now we need one. Now I don't see one. Hold on. Don't give up hope. I wonder. I'm trying to see if I got a loose one. Let's see. Did y'all talk about me being so junky? It's a reason why I leave stuff out, because you always need it. Especially when you're a YouTuber. Trying to see if I can find another one. All right, can't find another one. Okay. What got knocked on the floor? Always looking. This is the nut we need. I gotta figure out how to get it out. What I say, I'm always looking. But you never know when something come in handy. You never know. Okay, where the pliers at? Okay. These are always trying to come out. When you need to come out, it won't come out. It kills me, man. It don't want to come out. That's crazy. It won't come out. We're gonna have to find a screw. Let me see if I can force it out. No, that's not gonna go. What about here? What with the pliers? I'm gonna see if I can force it out. Just don't want any other time that they fly out. You better bend it up. Let's try this thing. This is crazy. We gotta go through all this trouble to fix something that really don't even matter. Let me see if I can crush it. That's we got one piece to come off. I tell you something. To be plastic, this is tough. Let me see if I can force it out. This little bugger will not come out. Hold on. I'm trying to force it. There it is. All right. I was able to force it out. But it's still on there. All right, we got another problem now. We got another problem now. I was able to force it out. It's got another problem now. Damn, we in the same spot we was in before. Shucks. Now we got a different problem. I can't get I can't get it off. It will not come off. I seen it all now. I got it so far down in there, it won't come off. Do we got any? We got any extras? Come on, man. We always got extras. Where's the extra one? What's this? What's that? I don't think it's gonna fit. I think this is too fat. Let's find out. Y'all probably saying this sermon and went the wrong way. I don't know. Is it too fat? Yep, it's too fat. I'm trying to figure. Well, I'll figure this out later. But I'm really kind of distraught because what's this? What about this one? That's too fat. I'm just really surprised. I normally have a bunch of these laying around. All right, we'll figure it out. I probably got some pieces laying around somewhere. I'll figure it out. Anyway, back to the sermon. Sorry about that, y'all. We was I got thrown off. See, I'm always trying to figure something out. But I got it to come out from the housing, but now it's stuck. Not coming out. Oh, shit. I just bent it. Ain't no good now. I just bent it. Oh, can't do nothing with it. I tried. I'm sure we got other mouths. Got to find them. It's not saying them right now. Call myself cleaning up. Anyway, let's get back to the sermon here. I got distracted. I apologize, y'all. This is something that we need to understand as well to develop discernment. We need to understand the nature of man, the fickleness of man. Certainly we learn this from looking at our own hearts and how we are tossed to and fro in our passions and our dreams. The person who seeks to understand himself will have a great understanding of man, but it is also developed through studying the nature of man in Scripture. Men are like sheep that are constantly prone to go astray. Man is prone to rebel against God and the things of God. This may seem cynical, but it is true. Oops. Christ didn't commit to the cross because he knew the nature of man. We are prone to go astray. We already read that. I have no doubt that Nehemiah's understanding of the scriptural teachings about mankind as well as his personal experience gave him great discernment as he contemplated Tobiah and Sanballat's request. I think he understood the nature of man. like Jesus did, and as we should as well. If we better understood the nature of man, it would keep us from disappointment when friends, family, or church members fail us. This understanding would also help us put our hope all the more in God. While in seminary, I asked my professor how he kept from discouragement when people in his congregation fell away from God or when friends he served within ministry stumbled into sin. I asked how he stayed strong. At that time, the church where I was the youth pastoring was going through a split, and I was very discouraged. He responded with this: I have a strong theology of sin. Essentially, he said, I understand man's sin nature, and I also understand Satan and temptation. This helps me minister to people and not become discouraged. He understood, man. If we're going to have discernment like Nehemiah, we need to start to develop a doctrine of man as well. Discernment comes from prayer. This is what Paul prayed for the church of Philip. And this is my prayer, that your love may abound more and more in knowledge and in depth of insight, so that you may be able to discern what is best and may be pure and blameless until the day of Christ's return. He also prays for their love to abound in knowledge and depth of insight so that they could discern what was best. The word discern is used of metallurgists testing a metal to see if it was real. God wants us to have wisdom to test and see what is genuine and what is best. This comes through prayer. Many Christians have unwise, undiscerning love, which gets them in all kinds of trouble. They love lots of things which actually keep them from what is best. Paul is teaching that we need discernment with our love. Following our heart can eventually get us in a lot of trouble. We often see people on TV say, just follow your heart. I want to say, no, don't follow your heart. Get wisdom for your heart. And one of the ways we do this is by praying for wisdom. Many Christians commonly fall to the lies of the devil because they lack discernment. Are you a discerning Christian? Are you seeking to grow in discernment? We need it because we have an enemy who from the beginning has used the weapon of deception. We need it to protect ourselves and also to help minister to those who are trapped in some deception of the enemy. The enemy's tactic of persistence. So I sent messages to them with this reply: I am carrying on a great project and cannot go down. Why should the work stop while I leave it and go down to you? 4 times they sent me the same message, and each time I gave the same answer. Next, Tobiah sent 4 requests to meet with Nehemiah, and each time Nehemiah turned him down. The enemy in this narrative demonstrated tremendous persistence. It seemed like he was trying to wear Nehemiah down so that he would eventually give in. That's what evil does. It doesn't tire trying to wear you down. Do you remember it said, oh, hold on, what's he for? Wait a minute. The enemy used persistence in the story of Samson and Delilah. Do you remember it said that she constantly harassed him, seeking the secret of his strength, and he eventually gave in? Look at the text below. Then she said to him, how can you say I love you and you won't confide in me? This is the 3rd time you have made a fool of me and haven't told me the secret of your great strength. With such nagging, she prodded him day after day until he was tired to death. So he told her. The correct answer would have been, I do love you. How do I make a fool of you? Because I won't tell you the secret of my strength. How did that make her a fool? How did that make you a fool? A fool to who? My enemies? Because you can't get the secret? I'm not going to tell you the secret. That's between me and God. Who gave me this gift? Ask God what your gift is and focus on that and stop worrying about I'm making you a fool. Making you a fool in front of who? The people that's paying you to try to get the information? That's what I would have told her. But she kept nagging him day after day until he was tired to death. So he told her everything. No razor has ever been used on my head, he said, because I have been a Nazarite set apart to God since birth. If my head was shaved, my strength would leave me, and I would become as weak as any other man. She nagged and nagged until he relented and gave her the secret to his power. Satan is persistent in his attacks. The enemy used persistence in the story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife. Genesis 39:5 says, day after day she kept asking him to lie with her. The enemy was persistent in seeking to draw Joseph into adultery. The enemy used persistence in the story of Christ being tempted by Satan in the wilderness. In Matthew 4, when Satan tempted Jesus, he came to him 3 times with 3 different temptations until he eventually left Jesus alone. The enemy used persistence in Peter's temptation to deny Christ. Several people approached Peter and said, weren't you following Christ? And with each question, there was a temptation to deny Christ. In response, Peter denied him 3 times. We all have experienced this, whether it's with lust, depression, anxiety, foul language, or some conflict. Satan is persistent, and the purpose of being persistent in warfare. And the purpose of being persistent in warfare is to wear down the other side until compromised and eventually given up. The persistence is also used to create deeper strongholds of sin. The more we compromise with the world, the more we give into a particular sin. The greater and deeper its roots become, and the harder it becomes to break it and follow Christ. Satan uses persistence. We see this as Tobiah sends a letter 4 times to Nehemiah. The hope is that Nehemiah will be worn down, which will open the door to harm him. How does Nehemiah reply to the 4 attacks? He gave them the same answer each time. I'm busy with a great work. I cannot come down. He made a stand and will not compromise. In the same way, when the enemy attacks us, God's desire for us to stand and not give in. God's desire is for us to stand and not give in. What can we learn from Nehemiah's reply about how to stand against persistent temptation? We can stand against Satan's persistence by realizing the magnitude of the work God has given us. If you don't realize the magnitude of God's work and plan for your life, it'll be easy to compromise. Paul taught Timothy something with similar ramifications. Listen to what he said. Endure hardship with us like a good soldier of Christ Jesus. No one serving as a soldier gets involved in civilian affairs. He wants to please his commanding officer. Paul told Timothy that he should consider himself a soldier for Christ. And understanding this, he should keep himself from becoming entangled with the things of this world. Practically, when our soldiers go to battle, they are fighting not just to protect themselves, but to protect what is behind them. A soldier fights for something greater than himself. He fights because the cause is more important than his life, his family, his country, and his home. And ultimately, the attacker is not really after the soldier. He is trying to destroy or gain what the soldier protects. Similarly, Satan's attacks on us aren't so much about us. The attacks are primarily about the kingdom of God and the things God is concerned about. If it was the same with Nehemiah, Tobiah, and Sanballat were not really after Nehemiah. They were after Nehemiah's work. That's why Satan's attacks are so persistent. He attacks all day long through the TV, the internet, music, through teachings in the classroom, family, friends, etc. And by these attacks, many lose their God-given convictions and give up ground to the enemy. They give up ground on what a biblical marriage is between a man and a woman. They give up ground on the inerrancy and sufficiency of Scripture. Satan constantly says, did God really say? Is this really true? He persistently attacks the inerrancy, the accuracy of Scripture, just as he has done from the beginning of time with Adam and Eve. Like Nehemiah, we must know what we are fighting for is too big to compromise. That what we are fighting for is too big to compromise. It's too great of a work. Compromise and sin will not only affect us, but it affects friends, families, our church, and even the lost. You must realize how important your battle is and what you are fighting for. If you don't, you will be prone to compromise. Scripture says, where there is no revelation, no vision, people cast off restraint. When a person doesn't realize God's purpose for his life, he will constantly accept the lies of the devil or give up when attacked. This is because he doesn't realize how important his battle is. Nehemiah says, I am carrying on a great project. I cannot come down. If we are going to stand against the tactics of the devil, we must not only have discernment, but we must realize how important our battle is.
the enemy's tactic of slander and gossip. Then the fifth time, Sanballat sent his aide to me with the same message, and in his hand was an unsealed letter in which it was written, "It is reported among the nations, and Geshem says it's true, that you and the Jews are plotting to revolt, and therefore you are building a wall. Moreover, according to these reports, you are about to become their king, and have even appointed prophets to make this proclamation about you in Jerusalem. There is a king in Judah. Now this report will get back to the king, so come, let us confer together." I sent him this reply: "Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You are just making it up out of your own head. They were all trying to frighten us, thinking their hands will get too weak for the work, and it will not be completed. But I prayed, now strengthen my hands." We see that the enemy also attacked Nehemiah through slander. Initially, he sent 4 personal messages to Nehemiah, but on the last one, he sent an open letter. Typically, when sending a letter to a government official, it would be a closed letter so that no one else could see the contents. However, Sanballat sought to pressure Nehemiah to respond to this meeting by slandering his name. Therefore, this open letter would not only have been read before Nehemiah, but probably all along the way till it reached Nehemiah. Did y'all catch that? Not only was the letter left open, that aide, every time he got stopped someplace, somebody read that letter. Every time that aide stopped someplace, somebody read that letter. Every time that aide stopped someplace, somebody read that letter. Do y'all see how the devil works? Every time that man, and you know, when you go through different countries, there are checkpoints. Even back then, there are borders and checkpoints. You have to have a reason for why you're going. How many people read that letter and believe what it said? So not only is he trying to scare Nehemiah, he's trying to let other officials know this lie so that they can believe it because they're reading it with their own eyes. And if he's sending it, if he took the time to send it, it must be real. So it's possible to slander, be aiming at one person, you might slander 50 along the way. Sanballat lied about Nehemiah by saying he was trying to become king. If this had gotten back to the real king, Artaxerxes, it could have potentially meant Nehemiah's life as Persian kings. It could have meant his life, as Persian kings were known for quickly getting rid of any resistance. Similarly with believers, when Satan is trying to stop the work of God, slander and gossip are common tactics. The very name devil means slanderer or accuser. That is what he does. He slanders God, he slanders people. He speaks slander to anyone who will listen. He will even slander us to our own ears, offering an array of condemnation. Consider the heavenly description of Satan in Revelation 12:10. Then I heard a loud voice. Then I heard a loud voice, and it's a long one. Then I heard a loud voice in heaven say, "Now have come the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ. For the accuser of our brothers, who accuses them before our God day and night, has been hurled down." One, Satan slandered Job before God. In the book of Job, he told God that Job only followed him because God blessed him. He said, touch his family, his riches, his body, and you'll see that he doesn't love you. He slandered Job before God. Satan slandered God before Eve. In the Garden of Eden, Satan said, you will not die, but you will become like God. Satan slandered God before Eve, implying that God was keeping the best from her and Adam. 3. Satan slandered Jesus through the Pharisees. Christ was slandered and accused by the Pharisees. They trumped up many false witnesses against him to lie about him. The chief priests and the whole Sanhedrin were looking for false evidence against Jesus so that they could put him to death, but they did not find any. Though many false witnesses came forward, finally 2 came forward. Matthew 26:59-60. Satan calmly uses slander. He brings discord and problems to individual Christians and the church by bringing false accusations. That is the devil's character. He is a slanderer. I remember that passage. I know one of them was Jesus said that he would rebuild the temple in 3 days. But in actuality, he was talking about himself. But they didn't know that. Slander is meant to discourage the Christian. Listen to what Nehemiah said. They were all trying to frighten us, thinking their hands will get too weak for the work and it will not be completed. A discouraged, depressed Christian isn't very productive in serving the kingdom of God. Often they become so focused on their problem that it weakens their hands in serving the Lord. Therefore, Satan works relentlessly to weaken and discourage the Christian, especially through slander. Slander is meant to change the focus of the Christian. Many times, in seeking to defend our own reputation, we will find ourselves drawn away from focusing on God and the work of God. Satan slanders in order to distract the Christian. Slander is meant to bring division. Solomon said, "A whisperer separates friends." Proverbs 16:28. The enemy will divide the church through slander as he sends his whisperers around the church. Confront slander by telling the truth. Nehemiah 6:8 says, "I send him this reply. Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You're just making it up out of your own head." Nehemiah resisted the devil with the truth. He simply told them it was not true. Many times we cannot do much more than that. Hold on. This is why when people say, Brother Derrick, somebody made a video on you. Brother Derrick, somebody said something about you. I just say it ain't true, and we move on. If somebody has it in their head that something actually happened, you saying it didn't happen ain't gonna convince them. That's not what they want to hear. They want to hear that you did or said something. That's the reason why it's so important to them. They want to hear it, but they want to hear you admit it. Don't say anything. Say, hey, it wasn't me, and keep moving. Well, you got to prove it. I ain't got to prove nothing. You made the accusation. I just told you it wasn't true. Well, I don't believe you. Well, it's about me. You don't believe what I say, then I can't convince you otherwise. I'm moving on. See ya. Come back here. I'm not done with you. You ain't done with me. You've been accused of something. I told you I didn't do it. Get out my face. No. See, the fact that you're not willing to stand here and tell me everything, let me know that you're lying. No, I don't know who you are and don't care who you are. I don't care what you think of me. Your name is not God and it's not Jesus Christ. But why do I care what you think? Oh, I proved it, y'all. See, he won't answer me. No matter what you say, they're going to always come back with something else to fit the agenda, to fit the narrative they're trying to draw. The best way to deal with slander, answer it and keep moving. Don't let it slow you down from what you're doing. Because the minute it recognizes that it can slow you down, it will never stop chasing you. It will never stop chasing you. It will continuously hunt you down. It will continuously hunt you down. The minute that you show any attention this is why when somebody comes into a chat and you block them, they say you blocked them because you scared of them. No, you block them to get them out your face. You already answered what they had to say, and they won't take your answer. Why should you sit there and listen? But if you do answer them, they will sit there and let you tell them the truth over and over again, and they will just dismiss it and keep persistently going at it till they get a reaction out of you. That what the troll kept saying last night. Getting a reaction out of you. He didn't get it. I'm laughing. I was laughing at him. He said, but even though I wasn't getting mad like he wanted me to, so he can go back and report, he wanted me to get mad. He wanted me to say names. I didn't. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. I already knew what he's saying was not true. The person he was talking about, the person's best benefactor, when I asked him, he wouldn't say anything. And I understood because, hey, he got a lot of money. He got a lot of money out there person. But he knew. He knew that person got tore down. Yeah. He wasn't going to say nothing. I ain't going to say his name. Y'all know who I'm talking about, though. He wasn't going to say nothing. I didn't expect him to. But his face couldn't lie. He knew. I was right on the money. That was good enough for me. Hopefully, it was good enough for the people that were following me at the time. Because the expression said it all. He wasn't going to go against that person. That person hit his Cash App and PayPal a lot. He wasn't going to go against that person. Stop worrying about slander. Because when you do something or don't give somebody what they want, they're going to bring it up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that person said about you was true. Yeah, look at it. They're going to bring that up. Because you didn't give them what they wanted. So now they're going to bring that up. As long as you cool with them, they won't mention it. But as soon as they get angry with you, see, I knew they were telling the truth about you. That's why I say, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Ignore it. Leave that person where they at. Continue on your business. They ain't got no answer for you. But if you keep debating them, you keep giving them credibility. When you keep trying to argue with them, you give them credibility. Boy, maybe he was right, because look how he responded. Why is he getting so defensive? Maybe it is true. See, when you keep letting the evil hang around and keep hitting, it's just going to keep hitting you with stuff that's not true, but hoping that the people listening will think it's true. Now, I took a different tactic last night. I actually called out what they were saying. The troll said that I was a fake preacher. Okay. Tell me something I told the people that wasn't correct. No answer. Tell what I teach that ain't true. Call me out on something. They can't do it. They can make fun of how I look. They can make fun of where I live. They can make fun that I hate the iron. It ain't gonna change what I teach. I try to live by example. You don't see me in the clubs. You don't see me out there doing anything bad. Oh no, well, you're a goody teacher. You're a nerd. That's a bad thing. You're boring. That's a bad thing. But you don't see me have no real problems, do you? What's my biggest problem right now? Trying to decide what I'm gonna make when I get off of here. Am I gonna make the shrimp, rice, and tuna with the Italian dressing? Or am I gonna fry the chicken that's in the refrigerator? I got 4 big chicken thighs in there. Or am I gonna make another pizza? We only ate one. To be honest with you, I ate some of them chips, and I had some popsicles today. I'm literally starving as we talking right now, cause I haven't ate anything. But I might make the pizza. I might cook the chicken. But it's my option what I want to do. But right now, I'm teaching you all this word, and that's what's most important. Food ain't going nowhere. It's 1:52 a.m. We still going. But yeah, my stomach is growling. I done drunk half of this ice cold water. I want some soda. But we rolling. You know why? Because this is more important. But I've been coming to y'all. We've been doing religion since the end of 2018 or early 19. And nobody has come on here and challenged us and embarrassed us. Nobody. Because of one simple truth. If I don't understand something, I tell you, hey, I don't understand it. Why sit here and lie? Let's go look it up. But what I do talk about, I understand. And you're not going to cross me up. And that's why I'm unroastable. I don't speak on what I don't know. I learned early on. I said something about somebody that I heard another YouTuber say, a prominent YouTuber. And it turned out it was a lie. And somebody came in my chat and challenged me on it. And I told them. I repeated what I heard somebody else say. I won't make that mistake again. And I don't. I roast you on stuff I seen evidence of. It's been a couple times I've made mistakes. But I always manned up to them. We lost a real good follower because I misunderstood something. And I apologize. Person said they understood. They never came back. Okay. Now, I ain't mad at you. I made an error. There are other people who had things not go that way and got a little mad. And I told them, hey, you play the game. Sometimes you get burnt. When you play the game, you can't get mad when the game play you. They thought something was going to go one way, it went the other way. Hey, get over it. Move on. To this day, some of them people still mad. Let them be mad. I'm not going to sit there and be mad with you. What good is being mad going to do? It ain't going to change nothing. The stuff happened, it happened. Getting mad ain't going to change it. Throwing a little tantrum ain't going to change it. Shouting match ain't going to change it. It happened. Move on. Don't make the same mistake twice. But see, that's logic. People don't like logic. They like being lied to. They only want to hear what they want to hear. They only want to see what they want to see. That's why I'm notorious for roasting somebody one time and moving on. They want to come back in. Hey, it's done. I said what I had to say. Why do I keep doing the same thing over and over again? Because you want to entertain some people hoping to get donations. Well, okay, we'll do it. I said what I had to say. I deliver it swiftly. No, you supposed to say a little bit at a time and stretch it out so we can have a long feud. No, I'm going to debilitate you from the jugular. I'm going for the jugular. If you want to make me have to fight, I'm going for the jugular. God don't lose. So why are you asking me to let you win when I don't even want to be in this in the beginning? Why I gotta let you win something? No. I'm gonna take you out. I'm gonna hit you with fact after fact after fact after fact after fact. I'm gonna wear you down. I'm gonna do the opposite of what the devil does. The devil uses lies and deception to wear you down. I'm gonna keep beating you upside the head with the truth. The same way Nehemiah said, why should I stop this important work project to come down there and fool with you? Then the guy had to come back after 4 times. Yeah, the word is that you trying to make yourself the king, and you trying to build that wall and fix that city up so that you can be the king within them walls. What do you think the real king going to do when he find out about it? The real king gave him the money and the people and everything to go do it. But see, that don't matter. He wants to make every person who that messenger comes across, who knows and read that letter, he wants them to know that, to be in their mind, so that when Nehemiah is successful, people gonna start coming up. Oh, he's trying to take over the king. You gotta get him, king. Kill him. That's how slander works. They try to bombard you with false information, hoping something stick. And they keep trying to wear you down. A part of me was so happy when the new Project Runway came out. I'm sorry, it's called something else. What is it? It's a branch off of it. What is it called? Making the Cut. First episode, they had a black woman on there, and they had a woman that looked black, but I think she's from Guatemala or somewhere. And first episode, who do you think was in the bottom 2? The black woman and the woman that looked black. I said, don't send my girl home. Especially when the one from Guatemala didn't even do the challenge. She was way off. But of course, they sent the black woman home. I said, good, I can turn this off. I turned it off. Now I ain't got to worry about seeing men kiss on there and all that other stuff. I turned it off. That foreign woman had somebody come down the aisle. It looked like she was wearing, they both been doing champion. It looked like she had the fruit of the loom. You know, the grapes, the big grape guy and all that. Had all that hanging down the side of the outfit. How the heck did she stay? How the heck did she stay? I can't think of nobody unless you a Samoan that would actually wear that someplace down the red carpet. I just don't know. They said the black woman stuff was looked too much like Office or too casual. But the stuff that woman made, I don't know what the hell. They talking about, well, she can make stuff out of make clothes out of flour, and she need to use that flour to cook with. Cause when she sat down that runway, that woman came down there. I swear to God, my first thought was the Fruit of the Looms. You know, on the package, you seen remember the commercials? The guy with the grapes looking like Grimace, and it literally looked like she had clumps of grapes, balls of it just going down the side. Like, what the hell? Who in the world will wear that? And she got to stay. And if I had to survive the next episode, she'd have been next. But they're gonna go ahead, they're gonna get the minorities off of there, and then they're gonna get the straight people off of there. And that's gonna be what they want, the fruity tooties. Because that's who funded. They made their own. Let them have their own. I ain't mad at you. I've been saying for years. People need to have their own shows. They got their own show. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Just saying. I ain't mad. I turned the crap off. I ain't got to watch it. I'll sit there and let them wear me down. Men and women kissing, hugging, and nobody want to see that mess. God says no. You can throw it on TV as much as you want. God says no. You can prance around and hey in front of God says no. But it's not my job to judge it. But because I can't judge it, that don't mean I got to join in. If it's a party and everybody going and you know that it's not good and you don't go, oh, you didn't come to the party, you're judging us. No. I hope y'all have fun, but I can't get involved in that. See, that's what I mean. You think you're too good for it? No. No, my God says no. Who cares what God say? Yeah, you should care about us. We your co-workers or we your friends. You should. No, God says no. I can't put you over God. I can't do it. You shouldn't ask me to. The fact that you would ask me to, let me know right then and there. That's my level of discernment. You told me you're not worthy. You are not worthy. If you're not worthy, why should I get involved? And not saying you as a person, you might be the greatest person in the world. But your decision making at that point makes you not worthy. And it would be stupid of me to risk my spiritual eternal life because you want to do something that God say don't do. Well, go do it. I can't stop you. But I'm not going to be standing up there with you and Jesus open that book up. That's between you and him. Leave me out of it. And if you get mad at me for that, then you really are evil. If that pisses you off, you really are evil. And you love evil. And if you love evil, you hate God. And if you hate God, I ain't got no news for you. Because you're not going to take me down. But that's what evil wants, to take everybody down to the lowest level. I don't want to get down. I want to be up. That's why I hold my head up high. When I go outside, I hold my head up high. Some people better looking. Some people got cars. Some people got money. But when they look at my face, they can see the glow. They can see the confidence. Because they can't shake me. Or they shake other people. I don't care what you parade in front of me. Let it parade. Rate it. I'll say, wow, that's nice, and keep right on moving. Huh? Keep right on moving. Doesn't impress me. People be up, people be down. Give me somebody that's steady. Give me somebody that's steady all the time. Not some of the time. Steady all the time. Show me somebody that's doing good all the time. Because even when I'm doing bad, I'm doing good. Follow my problems over the past year. Tell me when I've been bad. I ain't been in not one bad position. Tell me when it's been bad. I know the devil thought when I moved here I would go buck wild. He mad right now. That's his problem, not mine. Well, I care about him being mad. Screw him. And I tell him to his face, screw you. And won't flinch about it. Should be worrying about the fear of God, not the fear of retards. You can't intimidate me with force. You can't intimidate me with money. I'm not giving it up just to have something that I'm going to be bored of in a week or two. A lot of y'all bounce from thing to thing because you're bored. You're never satisfied. You never get full because you're reaching for something. You're trying to get something that you can't get. And the reason you can't get it is because you're not trying to get what you need. What you need is a relationship with God and Jesus Christ, but you're not looking for that. You're looking for everything else, and that's the reason why you're not successful. Somebody just got popped. I guess the wind blew something and the doors open. Somebody got popped. I ain't mad at you. Justifying my purchase. Come on in. Because we got plenty of zappers. We got plenty of them. 6 or 7 to be exact at the counter. Drink. Pop, we go pop. Yeah. That's why I say I don't get mad. People think they hurt my feelings. No, you don't. Somebody told me I was mean. I'm not mean. I just don't have no tolerance for foolishness. Why should I be tolerant? You telling me to go against my God? What do I say to you after you do that? I leave you alone. That's what I can do for you. I leave you alone. If that's being mean, I apologize to you. But I don't regret it. You keep telling me that I need to ignore what my Lord and Savior say just so you can get something that in a week or two you're not even gonna care about. You'll be on to something else. But you got me to break my connection with my Lord and Savior. That's not a fair exchange. No matter how you slice it. That's not a fair exchange. It's not. Sorry, y'all. I think we got the message on that. But since I got this pulled up, can we go to YouTube? What's today's date? Day the 27th, right? Yeah. Let me log in. That's us right there. Hey, Dave, I don't know why you're not showing up on the phone. Hey, man, just say this show we doing right now. How come Dave ain't showing up here on the phone? Oh, it's because it's on WitchCon. Sorry, Dave. You said your wife left you, now you back with your ex OnlyFans girl. You said Gabby hates you. Give myself a thumbs up if y'all don't mind. But let's go to my channel. A lot of people wondering what I've been doing the past couple of days. You know, we did a bike ride yesterday, but I'm on the wrong one. My bad. Hit the wrong button, my bad. There we go. Let's go to shorts. Check out the shorts. Check this out. I didn't know I made this. I think all right, we were check out this short. All right, yeah. This is the food. This is, y'all see this? The chicken. You can see it. That's from the old place. Nice and tender. That look good. I might make that tonight. I still got some I got some half bag of vegetables in there, freezer. I might make it tonight. And we got the Italian dressing. We got cucumbers, broccoli. I'm smacking like a dog. I don't like that. This video only got 21 views. The first one we did. This one got 91 views. It's a Mr. BROTHADERRICK. Back with no short. Showing. This is my Epson. $6.95. So let's turn the lights on. Let's turn the lights off. You don't need to spend a lot of money. We're using a sheet underneath. And that's giving us that color. We got 6 thumbs up on that. 91 views. We got 151 for this one. 151 views. $35 projector. I bought off eBay. Can your projector do this? Somebody leave a comment? Can your projector do this? Yeah, Superman Clark said, nice big bro. Look at that color. We standing right underneath the light. Can your projector do this? $35. Can your projector do this? In bright light. Turn the lights up. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that clarity. Look at it. That's how I like that. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. Ever since I rigged up the ceiling, the light, the light from the projector, it goes right to the screen. Even though it's going upward, it's a short throw. It's sending the light everywhere. But we got 151 views for that one. I know what I was doing. We got our 92 for this one. I'm asking a question. I'm laying here in my bed. Can your projector do this? Can you lay in your bed and make out everything? There's my lifesaver gummies. There's my potato chips. Can you literally lay in your bed and see everything with the lights off? Is your projector that bright? Check it out. There's my cat. Can you literally see everything in the room? We were talking about having lights on. Can you literally see everything in your room? If your projector ain't putting on at least 3,500 lumens, get you a white sheet, put you a royal blue sheet behind it. This is utterly amazing. You can see everything. And y'all see the screen before I fixed it up. I put another screen on top of it. Can your projector do this? All right, so we got 92 for that one. We got 80 for this one. Hey, everybody like run these screens? Which is just put the screen up. So we got 3 screens and a royal blue sheet up on the wall. Look at that. Paid 99 cents for the screen. 99 cents. It's got a new screen. So we still got the old screen up, and we still got the royal blue sheet back there. But check it out. Look at that. Let's take out the light. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that gorgeous? Like I said, room is well lit without the lights. Turn the lights back on. Hey, everybody like run these screens? Yeah, it cut. That's not like something. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. Me putting another screen on top of the white screen, and then having the royal blue top sheet under it. We lost a little bit of luminance doing that. We lost a tad bit of luminance doing that. I'm thinking about putting another. I'm thinking about taking everything down and then putting the white sheet on the bottom, putting the first 120 inch. Take down the 100 inch. Put the first 120 inch up. Then putting the blue sheet in between, and then putting this new one back on top. But I don't feel like doing it. I ain't gonna lie to you. But we got 150 views for this one, y'all. This is hot. This is Mr. BROTHADERRICK. This is hot. Check it out. Dual screen. One on the ceiling. We got a Promethean short throw and an Epson 685 Wii. Check it out. I'm actually laying down in my bed showing you this. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I have to say, even though the short throw on the ceiling only has 2001 contrast, look at the colors.
This is hot.
Look at the color.
Check it out.
I guess the contrast ratio don't make that much difference.
On the ceiling, we got a Promethean short throw and an Epson 685 week. Check it out.
But we got 150 views for that one. We got 115 for this one.
2,500 lemons versus 3,500 lemons. As you can see, lights are on. Door also is open. Let's see how I look with the lights off. How does this look with the lights off? Keep in mind, doors open. Let's close the door. They're gonna see projectors right there. $2,500
You only get 50 seconds.
versus 35.
Now we got 257 for this one. 257 views.
Lemons versus 2,500 lemons. Can you tell which one is which? Which one is 2,500 lemons and which one is 3,500 lemons? I give you a hint. Both projectors are right there. No lights in the room, but you can see everything. But which one is which? Which one is which? Is that the 35 or is that the 35? Which one is which? Y'all let me know. You're not putting out at least 2,500 lumens.
We only got 5 views for that. We got 99 views for this one.
Mr. BROTHADERRICK here again. Once again, instead of showing you some 4K video of aquariums or underwater or whatever, this is a real test calibration video. This is my screen that I have. It's actually 3 white screens, and it's got a blue sheet in between. I look up at the ceiling, which has no screen or anything at all. I'm sorry, you're not going to test out, man. Can you see the difference? Look at that. And look at that. And we can turn the light off. We can turn off the lights. And we're gonna look up. So, why do you gotta spend money? I don't get it. I don't get it. Mr. BROTHADERRICK here again. Once again, instead of showing you some 4K video,
We got 257 views for that video.
I'm watching this video and I just got one question, because I'm not an expert, but what's so special about having lights on? If you got a projector, you don't need lights. My room is perfectly, everything is well lit. What's so special about having the lights on? Everything is well lit. You can see everything. Everything is well lit. So what do they keep saying? You got to have all these things. Everything is well lit. What's so special about turning the lights on? Because we can turn the lights on, but it doesn't affect anything. Why do we need
Lights on, huh?
Why do we need lighting? I don't get it. What's so special? Why do we need lighting? What's the difference between having the lights on and having the lights off?
Baby, go sit down, man.
Everything. Look at that.
What'd I say? Go sit down.
What's so special about? I'm watching this video. I just got one question because I'm not an expert, but what's so?
We got 98 views to this video. We got 115 for that one and 153 for that one. So this video going on 100.
Mr. BROTHADERRICK here. Back again, showing you. Screen naked. Lights in between it. Look how good it looks. There's my screen up there against the wall. Why do you need to spend a whole bunch of money to get a good picture? And if I got time, let me walk up and show you. Let me turn the lights on. Turn the lights on. Paid $35 for one projector and $45 for the other. No screen on the ceiling. You're looking at a 99-cent screen off of eBay up there at the wall. Why you gotta spend that kind of money? Save your money, y'all. Minister BROTHADERRICK. Mr. BROTHADERRICK here. Back again, showing you. Screen naked. Lights in between.
I don't know if y'all noticed. They keep saying you need to buy special screens. The wall looks good to me. I don't know.
Mr. BROTHADERRIck again. That's my Raven bag. I'm just showing y'all how well lit the room is. But there's no screen up there. But we just gonna pick out something random. Got you talking about getting color and everything. We stand directly into the lights. See him doing that. There's my screen on outside the room. But we stand directly into the light. Can you see the light? See, that's a plain, it's from the ceiling. Plain white ceiling. Why do you have to spend a whole bunch of money? I don't understand. Why you got to spend a whole bunch of money? I can look at either one of my screens. Look up or look straight. I don't understand why they keep saying you got to spend all this money. Let's go over there again. That's my Raven bag. I'm just showing you.
Oh yeah, I call this one Still No Takers, huh?
Let's go over there again.
That's me riding the bike.
Sit there, laying down on my bed, chilling. We ain't gotta look all over there. That man on the game talking about his black paint. Screen look phony as I don't know what. Well, like it's a toy. I mean, I ain't saying he ain't doing his thing, but I'm just saying, man. I'm playing my own video. So I picked that random. There's nothing on that ceiling, and it's two lights embedded in the image. I can see myself clearly. Y'all know how y'all can this phone.
This is the last one I made. It only got 5
Let's
views.
look over there here. Our next demonstration. People saying you need to spend all this money to get a beautiful picture. Really? You can see real well lit. This ceiling has no protection at all. They got lights inside it. But can you still make out what you see? My screen up there, it just has a royal blue sheet behind it. I paid 99 cents for that screen on eBay. I got that and I can prove it. So why do we need to kick out all this money? I mean, we actually stand directly into a light source. Standing the two of them. And you can still see everything. Why you need to spend all that money? Minister Brother Derrick here.
Now, the reason why I made these videos, I told y'all, those of you that watch me know. Those of y'all that might not have been watching, maybe you don't know. But those of you who don't know, okay? For those of y'all that don't know, the reason why I made those videos is because I was trying to decide whether or not I should spend some money on the screen. I told you this before. Now, I got the money. That ain't the question. But should I waste it? I think what I got going on right now is good. And like I said, I can see the screen. And the question was, can you use a projector like a TV? And I can tell you yes. Not only do I have 120 inches up here, I got 140 or 50 on the ceiling. And they both run at the same time. I'm actually trying to decide between getting the I need to check out the bulb life. I think it's 1500 on the short throw. I need to see how many days I got left. Because I'm thinking about getting a short throw with high contrast ratio, but I don't know. I don't know if I need it. The contrast ratio looks good. The contrast ratio looks good. Oh, so somebody else watched the video this week. The contrast ratio looks good on the ceiling. Even though it only has 2001.
Let's go with Derrick here again.
It shows more contrast.
Just got finished watching somebody talk
than my
about
14,001.
And
I mean, it shows more color.
And get all these things. And this is my naked ceiling. And I got two lights right there in the middle of the image. And you just, why you got to spend $5,000, $6,000, $7,000?
And actually, it's making the big screen look less. Because let's go back when we didn't have it. Let's go back to when we didn't have it.
3,500 lumens.
Oh, we did have it then. My bad.
2,500.
It could be because I'm gonna cross the room. But it seemed like we had more contrast.
$35 projector. I bought off eBay.
It seemed like before I put the projector up here, it seemed like the light from the projector is affecting the screen.
Do this. Look at that color. We standing right underneath the light. Can your projector do this? $35. Yes.
Look at how rich that color is.
Do this.
And that was before we added the other one. Now it seems like since we added the other one, it's like the front screen and lost a little bit. It looked like the saturation ain't the same.
3,500 lumens versus 2,500 lumens. Can you tell which one is which?
Look how much lighter the screen is.
And which one?
Look how much lighter the big screen is. I think that it's affecting.
I give you a hint. Both projectors are right there. No lights in the room, but you can see everything.
I think that light affecting the screen. Cause then you notice I don't have that contrast
Which one is which?
that we had on the big screen. It's like it transferred up there.
Y'all let me know.
Because if I go back to before we had, like I said, if I go back to before.
This is Mr. BROTHADERRICK, back with no short. Showing. This is my Itsel. $695.
See when it just there by itself?
So let's turn the lights on.
It seems like it had more. Seems like it had more contrast. So having that projector there might be affecting it. Might be affecting my screen.
That sounds like so.
Because it's not as rich. Let me see. It's 2:30 in the morning. How long we been on? 4 hours ago. We been live that long. I don't know, y'all. I don't know if I'm gonna do it now. I don't know if I'm gonna do it now. Let me see something. Oh, it's not gonna let me. Well, okay, let's do this then. Is she gonna cheat? Let's go to eBay. If we come on here and we go to sort, $99, $25 shipping. You know something wrong with it. Nobody bidding on it. Well, what's wrong with it? Picture has dark spots on the right side of the screen. That's why nobody bidding on it. Nobody want that piece of dookie. Don't nobody want that piece of doo-doo. Now, you ever heard of In Focus before? I Googled it. It has 15,001 contrast ratio. But it looked cheap. I never heard of In Focus. Anybody ever heard of In Focus before? I never heard of it. I never heard of In Focus before. Oh, the HDMI cord in the middle. Oh, that's going to be too hard to put up. And that's going to be too hard. That's going to be too hard. For those of you who don't understand what I mean, let me show you. These wasn't meant to stand straight up. But you notice that there's a cord there, and the power cord is on the other side, right? So you put it in the middle, and this is how you get it to stand straight up. But if you notice, you can't do that with that, because I got the HDMI cord in the middle. With the HDMI cord in the middle, how do you get it? How do you get it to stand up? See, I got it like this, right? And then the two cords hanging out. But the cord gonna be in the center. And then the other cord gonna be here. So you only gonna how you keep from leaning over? If you try and put it on this side. That's gonna be so that might be the deal breaker. It just might be the deal breaker. And this is the other one I was looking at. 3600 Ansar lumens. That boy is bright. 3500. My the Epson is 3500, but this is 2400. We got the Promethean PRM 35. But y'all see the contrast is put out. So I know this will really kick butt. But I don't know. What are they asking? Let's do a search real quick. Which one is better? Because I can put an offer in for make a deal, offer them $40 and see what they say. So hold on a sec. Let me hit copy. Now we're gonna go down here. It always comes fast if I go to my widget. I guess because I go here so much, it pop right up. Paste. That's Amazon. Amazon. There it is. Check out the specs. If somebody want to help me decide which one to get, standard HD is 1280 by 720. All these are, that I'm fooling with is 1280 by 800. So it's actually above HD. Not full HD, but HD, standard HD. 3600 ANSI lumens, 2750 on Eco. Keep that in mind. 15,000 to 1 contrast ratio. 15,000 to 1 contrast ratio. It's 8-bit. The Epson is 10-bit. Y'all remember I showed y'all a video where the man had the projector off Amazon, and they said it was 7,000 lumens, and they said they put out 24 watts, 240 watts. You had to add 200 more watts to get a real projector. All right, lamp life is 3,500, 7,000 on Eco. So 3,500 regular, 7,000 on Eco. This is how many hours before it go bad. So let's go back. Hey, what happened? Oh, that's why, because I was on. Here we go. So they want 59.46. Should I make them an offer? Let me see something real quick. Hey, David, don't get punched in your mouth. Seriously. I'll say that, but y'all know I won't do it. Paste. And we need to change that. Change that 45 acre. That's the upgrade. We need a 35. 35. I don't know why Projector Central don't have a ad on this. I don't understand. Specs. Go. There's the touch boards. Who's that? This will be using for the ceiling. Where are the specs? Oh no, it's only 2100 ANSI lumens. What? That's only 21? See, 2,000 to 1 contrast ratio. That's the only reason why I want to get rid of it. Maybe I just let it run till it blow. That 2001 contrast ratio, but I don't see it. I'm gonna be honest with you. This projector has too much contrast. The red looks red. I mean, red. The greens, they look green, like too green, almost fake-like. But that's good for the ceiling because the ceiling doesn't have a screen. It doesn't have anything. So, well, I don't know. But Dad, we only got 2,100? Y'all let me know. How long is the bubble life? Bubble life is the same. Is it worth it? That's 15,000 to 1. But is it worth it? I'm gonna tell y'all something. I had put the other Epson I got, the 485. I had put that up, but I was afraid that it would fall over. And then I put it back up. I tried to put it up again last night, and it did fall. And now it won't show anything. So I guess I gotta throw it down the chute. I guess I gotta throw it down the chute. But well, but it worked before. So I don't know why it's not working now. But it worked before. But I'm wondering if I take it, but when I put it up, it didn't give me the contrast that did. But that was 3,001. This was only 2,001. I wonder if, did God take care of me? And am I going to do too much and just mess myself up? This one get good contrast. And it's nice having two different screens and having two different looks. So I think I'm gonna just leave it alone. But 15,001 contrast ratio, that's really the difference. The lamp light the same. They're both 8-bit. So you see the image size 48 with 49 inches, the 110. I got a 120 inch screen, and that's about 150 up there. Because it comes all the way over. You gotta add this, and you gotta add this. Because it's going all the way to the wall. And that's about that wide. And you gotta add this. So I guess it'll be like that. So it's actually bigger. And I can even tell you, I'm looking at the icons at the bottom. They bigger on the ceiling. The icons are actually bigger on the ceiling. See the icons right there on the screen? And then see the icons up there? They're actually bigger. So I'm going to leave it alone. I'm good. Before we get out of here, let's check one more thing before we go. Let's see if the phone off sale. If the phone off sale, we'll get up tomorrow and go to the bank, take the money out and put it on the cash app. Let's see if the phone on sale. Have they got them in stock yet? Or something else on sale? We ain't spending more than $200. Telling you that now. Sort by low to high. The way these phones hit the ground. Nope, they both out of stock. Look at that. Both of them out of stock. I don't even want that one, but it's out of stock if I did want it. The Samsung, out of stock. Been out of stock for 2 months, man. Come on. We waiting on you. So knowing that's but they both out of stock, they got to have a sale of something else. Nope, still 240. Now that one out of stock. For $299. That's what they doing. They don't mind them being out of stock. They want you to spend the money. The Apple iPhone 12 was down to $361, but I don't use iPhone. So they don't have no deals on nothing else. The Galaxy A53 out of stock. Damn, at $449. I don't trust Google. Motorola 480, 504. They don't have no deals. They don't have no deals. Oh, nothing on sale. You gotta shame themselves. I'm gonna throw down on damn phone. It's gonna hit the ground. Oh, we still waiting, y'all. We're gonna get the Samsung A14 5G whenever it come around. But even if I wanted to chump down and get this one, that's gonna be outdated in a year and a half. They both out of stock. So when you ask me why we ain't got the phone, it ain't my problem. It ain't me. Don't think it's me being cheap. Let me see how many hours they got on this. Mm-hmm. They got 3,000 hours on the lamp. If I put it in eco, I can get 4,000 hours out of it. Cause in eco it go to 7. That's why it's so cheap. Cause it's you would get 500 hours if you did it regular. They got 30 hours. 3,000 on the lamp. So you would only get 500. Let me see. Can we go back? All right, let's go back. What's wrong with that? Copy. We was on a different website. That's why I want to go back. All right. I don't know who that first one is. I never used that. I don't even know how they even got there. But there we go. It's already right there. They said they got 3,000 hours on there. Where's the project central? There it is. Then you see the stats on it. It says they got 3,000 hours on it. Mm-hmm. No, the bulb is only 7,000 hours. So you take 3,000 from that 7, that'll give you 4,000 hours. I'll just wait until that bulb blow, and then we'll get it. Ain't no need. Might as well go get my money's worth. But 15,001 contrast ratio and 3,600. I'm trying to imagine. Look how bright that ceiling look. But it said ANSI lumens. That says ANSI lumen. The ANSI lumen is more than a lumen. Well, hold on a second. Let me see. Go back again. Mm-hmm. Oh, the 35 ain't popping up. The 35 ain't. So we had to type it in. Do it manually. I was hoping it was already there. I didn't ask you for that replacement. What are you doing? There we go, right there. I don't trust Amazon like that when it comes to specs. They're looking for specs. It's 2,500 ANSI lumens. You have to understand something. ANSI lumens and lumens is two different measurements. So 2,500 ANSI lumens is not 2,500 lumens. I think you got to add 3 or 4 lumens for every ANSI lumen. It's saying 2,500 ANSI lumens. Let me look again. Now see here it says 25 lumens. So over the 2,500 lumen, over the 2,500 ANSI lumen. Is it 2,500 lumen or 2,500 ANSI lumen? And see over here it say lux. That lux is not a lux. Don't mean lumen. Lux is a total different number of light. I think 95 lux would probably be like 700 to 800 lumen. The contrast ratio just will kill me. 2001. That's what kills me. 2001. And they got it here with these cheapy cheaps. Look at these cheapy cheaps. How much Amazon asking anyway? They want $275. Amazon want $275. They want $275. They must have lost their mind. They must have fallen and bumped their head. And this ain't brand new, it's used. I'm trying to see what say how much time left on the bug. Does it say how much left on the bug? I'm trying to see. Oh, no information. All right. I'm gonna stop boring everybody. Let me go get out of here. Wow. So they said 2,500 ANSI lumens. Then they said 2,500 lumens. When I went here, we were here before, earlier. It said 2,100 ANSI lumens. Not a lot of videos on this. That's eBay. All right, Newegg. What Newegg got to say? No, that's a 45. Back up. Yeah, that's a 45. We got a 35. That's a 25. Oh, Lord. That's a 32. That's a 45. They're not even showing our projector. There's the PRM32. There's the 45. Remember, I was looking at the 45A. So how come they're not showing ours? Where's ours at? Yep, P32 to 45. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm done. I'm gonna cook me something to eat, and I'm gonna watch my 2 projectors simultaneously. But as y'all can see, for the 45A, they're offering 59.46. I don't like that they got $3,000 on it. $2,000, but on eco mode, I can get it to go 70. But there's one for 65. I could talk them down. There's a 45A. They want 120 for that one. God darn. That's why I say you always look. There's one for 60. That's why I say you always look. There's an Optima. There's an Optima for 75. Once again, the HDMI cord in the middle, and the plug is on the end. So if I need to stand it up, how would I stand it up? Are they wobbling? See that big lens? That's how you know it's a short throw, by that big lens. Just out of curiosity, what's the stats? The downside is the warning comes on for 25-30 seconds saying lamp at end of life. The projectors have under 10,000 hours. The warning goes away. The projector works fine. If you look at the picture, you see the warning. Please disregard the blue. It is being projected onto a blue sheet. I am unable to list projector individually, so ours will be different, but they all will be under 10,000 hours. What? What? Hold on. So he said 10,000 hours. I want to see something before I open my mouth up. But see, we have the technology. Just take a look. Well, that's only 2,000 lumens. I don't know why we're fooling with it. I'm being honest. I don't even know why I'm fooling with it. But copy. You did copy it, right? Make sure you copied it. We're gonna take a look real quick. It's faster when you go to Chrome. It's like you see me switch to Chrome. I like the Brave browser because they don't have no commercials for the YouTube. But the bad news is, so let's find Projector Central. There it is. I see it pops right up. I want to see what the difference is. Because maybe we might see if we can talk them down to like $60. Is it worth it though? Check out the stats real quick. 2,000 ANSI lumens, which is probably about 2,400 lumens. Contrast ratio, 100,000 to 1? What? 100,000 to 1 contrast ratio? 100,000 to 1. DLP, and it's 10-bit, not 8-bit. Oh, it's a laser LED hybrid, and they said they're all under 10,000. So that's 20,000 hours is the lamp life. It's a laser, so that means we would get 10,000 or more hours. Let me see something. What's the 10,000? 10,000 divided by 24. That's 416 days. If I ran it 24 hours a day, that's 416 days. 416 days divided by 365. That will give me 1.14 years. So I would get a year if I ran it 24 hours a day, which I probably won't. Like, I had the second projector off for 4 hours a day while I was doing laundry. I didn't want to have the dryer, the two projectors, and the washing machine all on at the same time. I didn't want to put that pressure on the circuit. But 20,000 hours and 100,001 contrast ratio. 100,001. We were looking at projectors that had, like I said, the one we got right here is only 2,001. Damn, 100,001. All right, so let us out of here. Go back to eBay. I'll put this in a search. Paste. Search. Lowest first. Is that the cheapest one? That was the cheapest. Man. All right, so what did they want? They wanted 75. Is do they have a buy now? Not buy now. Do they have a offer? They don't have an offer? Cause I really don't, but damn. 100,001 contrast ratio and it got a laser. I ain't spending $75 though. It ain't gonna happen. Contact the seller. Make an offer. Contact the seller. Contact the seller. Offer $50. You don't have make an offer. You don't have you don't have a make an offer. I made him an offer. Made him an offer of $50. Take it or leave it. I made him an offer of $50. He can take it or leave it. Let me see who else has a LED laser hybrid. I'm gonna take out that 2,000 lumens. I ain't know Casio has so many of them. I'm gonna leave it alone. Let me get out of here. All right, y'all. I made them the offer. What more can I do? I made them the offer. It's up to them whether or not they're gonna take it. It is something right there. Why didn't come? It's nothing but the tobacco boxes. There it is. I made them an offer. But like I said, you know, we got that bright light on, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing wrong with what we got. We not even showing anything, but that still look good. Considering ain't nothing up there. Considering there ain't nothing up there, that looks pretty good, you ask me. So, all right, y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed the sermon tonight. I've been live for 4 hours and 39 minutes. Jimmy Chris. Y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all next time. We'll probably go for a bike ride tomorrow. I gotta check the weather. I might go for a bike ride tomorrow. We didn't go today because we went out yesterday. Try to go out every other day. Every 2 days at the worst. So it was a beautiful day today. And maybe I should have got my fat butt out there, but I didn't. So all right, y'all. Have a good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace, everybody, and we out.